Can anyone hear me?
District shall make reasonable accommodation for a person with disabilities to be able to participate in the meeting. Requests for special assistance may be sent to liz.goodwin@bentonharborareaschools.org. I call this meeting to order officially at 10:02 a.m. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd ask that you all unmute and join me in doing so, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, awesome. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll? Secretary Triplett, can we please have you call the roll?
I just let him back in again. He must have disconnected or something.
Okay.
He would not have heard you ask him, Ms. Robinson.
Secretary Triplett, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, President Robinson.
Present.
Vice President Bradley.
Present.
Treasurer Creighton.
Present.
Secretary Triplett, present. Trustee Bowens.
Present.
Trustee Rockette Martin.
Present.
Trustee Lou Buchanan. We have a quorum established.
Okay, thank you. I see her present on here. She was on here this morning as well. All right, now we need to have approval of the agenda. Can I please have a motion to approve the agenda? I make a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, the motion has been moved by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Marquette Martin that we approve the agenda. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
That's good.
Liz, for the motion carried.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Trustee Buchanan, we're going to need to make sure that you're able to unmute your mic when we call you so that we can ensure we have your vote documented when Secretary Triplett calls your name. I know you did it earlier. Okay, so now we have next on the agenda public comment. I do not believe we have any additional people on the line. However, for the sake of order, I am going to ask if there's anyone on the line for public comment. Awesome, hearing none. What we have next on the agenda is the first order of board business, and it is a team building exercise. It's actually an icebreaker for our board retreat this evening, and it is on the screen. So we are wanting to give everyone an opportunity to speak and share this morning. This is an opportunity for us to get to know each other better. Please take 2 minutes to share your answers to the questions below. And the questions are: why you are on the board or within your current position? What do you think you uniquely bring to your current role? What is the single most important goal for you during your time within your current board term or position? And Liz, can you make that why are you for me? Number 1.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Are you able to edit that document, or is it a PDF? Can you make it why are you? And take the extra R out? Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. So again, our questions are: why are you on the board or within your current position? What do you think you uniquely bring to the current role? And what is the single most important goal for you during your time within your current board term or position? And if there's anyone in particular that would like to go first, I'll defer to anyone that would like to volunteer. If not, I'll just go down the order that I see and call each of us individually. And this is just an opportunity for us to get to know each other a little bit better, because we rarely have opportunities to discuss ourselves personally. We came right into everything, handling business, and we've been handling business in every conversation and within every opportunity that we've had to be in each other's presence, whether in person or virtually. So I did want to give us an opportunity to just learn a little bit more about each other and why we are here. So do we have any volunteers to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, go ahead.
Why am I on the board? Because I've sensed an urge and a yearning for public trust to be restored back into the district. And they needed leaderships that was tell it like it is and be truthful. And that's that one question. I'm not going to go any further on that one. Sorry. What do you think you uniquely bring to the current role? When you look at the demographics of Benton Harbor and Benton Township, I believe 50% of Benton Harbor and Benton Township is under the age of 25. And I believe I am probably the youngest on the board, and I bring representation for that from that demographic. What is the single most important goal for you during your time in the sport, to make sure we are not whitewashing or not passing our kids off to a system of failure. So to make sure we are making sure our kids are getting an education and they're retaining it, and not just saying they're getting an education and passing it. When Bobo doesn't know how to read and he's in the 9th grade or 10th grade, we've set him up for failure. And I want us to make sure we are empowering the superintendent in the district with those resources to make sure we are empowering and giving something to our children that they can hold on to.
Thank you so much for volunteering, Trustee Bowens, and sharing your insights with us. I really appreciate learning that little bit of information about you this morning. So thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to volunteer to go next? Okay, so I will start selecting people. Trustee Stephanie Rockett Martin.
Why did I know my name was going to be called? No, you know what? I too am on the board because you know what? I would like to bring back the confidence, to our community, to let them know that we can educate their children. And you know what? And what I've found out is that if people trust you, they will bring their children back to our district. They will bring our children back to where we want them to be, and that is with us. And I believe, not getting the big head, but I believe that over the years I've developed a relationship with the community, that they have confidence in me, that they know that I would do the right thing for their children and that I care about their children. And because of that, they'd be willing to trust us or trust me or trust us as a group, that we'll do the right thing for their children and that we can do that job of educating them. My current position on the board, I'm just a trustee, humble, submissive, willing to help wherever I can. I'm also a pastor's wife in my other life. So I'm touching people all the time. Mine is kind of like, why do you?
You muted yourself.
I think I kind of answered that. What do you think you uniquely bring to your current role? A sense of trust, fairness, kindness, trustfulness. What is the single most important goal for you during your time? To get our kids back. Okay, in a way that they are being educated and that they will become profitable citizens and that their education will give them a career where they can make a living. And kind of to piggyback off of Trustee Bowen, not to say that they have been gone to school to 12th grade, graduated, still can't read, still can't do the work that needs to be done to get a job. So to really educate children so that they can have careers in college, if they want to go to college, if they could go to a trade school, to get a job and be ready when they graduate high school to go into those fields that they desire to go into. Did I get it? I think I'm through.
That was number 3, right?
Yes, that was number 3.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, Trustee Rockett Martin. I really appreciate it. Next, we have Trustee Buchanan. Are we able to get you unmuted so that you can share? Trustee Buchanan, can you hear me? Can you unmute your computer? Okay, we'll come back to her. Dr. Townsend, I'm going to actually give you an opportunity to share in between the board as well. Can we have you go next?
Yes, you want me to share why I became a board member? Sure.
No, if you look at number 1, it says, why are you on the board or within your current position?
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm in my current position, ladies and gentlemen, because I think I shared this with a number of you just personally. When I left Detroit to go to DC to further my education on an athletic scholarship and ultimately earning my credentials there, when I went into the DC public school system, everyone always knew my heart was back in my home state of Michigan, because while doing research across the country, Michigan often came up in the conversation of being a low performing state. And they always highlighted school districts such as Detroit Public Schools, Pontiac, Benton Harbor, Saginaw. They always talked about that. And I used to watch from afar, like, man, if I can just get all the tools that it takes to support, I want to go home and work. That was always a mission of mine. In fact, my dean and all of my colleagues used to always tease me and say, when are you going to go back to Detroit? When are you going back to Detroit? But I kept that in mind. I remember in 2016, there was a campaign called Restore the Roar. I think you guys had just freshly lost Dr. Seawood, and you guys went on a superintendent search and ultimately hired Dr. Shelley Walker. But I remember while I was working in DC as an assistant principal at the time, after just completing my doctorate and earning my national superintendent certification, I wrote a letter to Benton Harbor. I wonder if that can ever be found. Whoever you guys were using as a firm to hire, I wrote a letter just talking about how I have a desire to restore the world. So you guys were in my subconscious mind all the way back in 2016. Ultimately, in 2018, I returned back to Michigan to come to education. I told my wife and my family, my ultimate dream is to serve young people in my home state. And while in Michigan, serving as an assistant superintendent, I continued to follow Benton Harbor. And ultimately, I remember what happened in 2019 when the proposal of potentially shutting down the high school or potentially dissolving the district came up. I'm like, wow. So I would listen to all of you guys' board meetings whenever I take a shower or whatever. You know how people listen to music when you shower? I would always listen to the board meetings. And I heard a lot of people coming in with proposals, this and that, what they want to do, how they can change it. And I'm like, I wonder what the state is ultimately going to do. And they did what I thought they would do and give you guys an opportunity. And I said, I'm going to throw my name in the hat. And I had a conversation with my family and said, listen, it's the possibility that I'm going to interview for Benton Harbor Area School. They have a search firm doing it. I just had to get permission really from my wife to pursue the opportunity, because it's almost 200 miles away from my home in Detroit. And she said yes, because she knew what my calling was, and that's to be an educator here at home. Ultimately, I went through the process. I studied everything about the community, and I felt in my heart of hearts that I could do that work. I remember all of my professors, all of my mentors say it has to be the right fit for you. You do not go into a superintendency unless it's the right fit. And there was all types of jobs open all over the place, but I thought this was the good fit for me, because what I could bring to the table to improve academic achievement, to improve attendance, to improve or reduce chronic absenteeism, to reduce any violence and fights and assaults. Like, those are things that I'm an expert in, and I would love to show that I can do that right here in this community. And so far, ladies and gentlemen, and I've said this to people personally, I feel like I'm still on a honeymoon. I'm having a great time meeting people. The job is extremely difficult. Navigating the political landscape is difficult, but all of that work is necessary, because at the end of the day, there's a bigger picture, and the bigger picture is improving the school district. So any little things along the road, any little obstacles that we must overcome together, that's not the big picture. We can overcome those things, but the big picture is getting our kids back and improving the education experience for our kids. I believe I can do those things. I believe there's no other place that was designed for me like Benton Harbor is. So I'm very excited to be here, and hopefully we continue to work together and lead for excellence. Thank you, President Robinson.
Awesome. So you did kind of answer all of the questions in your response. So I appreciate you sharing. And I know that this is a board retreat, but of course we have Dr. Townsend and Liz here. And so we are 7 board members. Dr. Townsend is our 8th portion of our leadership team. And then Liz, as you know, is very important to the way that we conduct business. So although this is a board retreat, because they are 2 major pieces of our puzzle that help us in being efficient and effective in our meeting, we want to ensure that we, you know, give them an opportunity to share as well. So that's why I asked Dr. Townsend to share. And then Mr. Triplett is actually needing to get back in the meeting. Liz, if you can let him back in. He's trying to get in on his cell phone as well.
I'm working on that, and I'm also got Trustee Buchanan on the phone, so I'm taking care of 2 of them right now.
Okay, so we can move forward since we're working on getting Secretary Triplett in and Trustee Buchanan. We'll move to Treasurer Creighton.
Are you in yet, ma'am?
Are you speaking to me, Liz? Oh no. Go ahead, Treasurer Creighton. Can you please do us the pleasure of sharing your responses?
Good morning, everyone. I joined the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board because I wanted to make a difference. You know, I do have 2 children in a home in this community. One of my children, my son, you know, one of his biggest dreams is to be a Benton Harbor Tiger. The position that I and my husband and many of my family members are in right now, we're conflicted. You know, we want our children to be Tigers, but at this particular time, from an academic standpoint, from a culture and climate standpoint, we are not comfortable in the space to where we feel comfortable with the system educating our children. And I'm just keeping it what people say 100. And so that's why I'm on the board. I'm on the board so that I can hopefully make a difference. I can bring that voice of the parents and also my peers and homeowners and professionals in this community. You know, I know people across this country that is from Benton Harbor, and one common concern that we have is did our system fail us? Did it prepare us? And what can we do to avoid this from happening, not only to our own personal children, but to the children of this community? And so that's why I joined the board with the help of thousands of voters who saw fit for me to accept that challenge and to do the work. And so I am very passionate about the work. This work is personal for me. And so that's why I'm on the board. The unique thing, I guess I kind of answered that, but you know, a unique thing that I think I bring to the board is that I did K-12 education here in Benton Harbor. I'm a proud Cougar from Stern Brunson, K-6, and then also a Core Renaissance, 7th and 8th grade, and then a Tiger. And so for me, you know, our fight song is who I am. I was on the pep club. I participated in all kinds of sports and so and activities. And so for me, you know, I bring that. I am and was a student leader, you know, and I was a teacher also and an administrator in the district. So for me, I have wore, I think, every hat that can be worn at the table. And so humble, but definitely bring is out value added. And I bring passion. And, you know, yeah, I'm excited to do the work. And my ultimate goal, if I can just be 100% honest, I want my son to be able to walk to the corner of our street and catch the bus and go to one of the local schools. That's my goal. And so, you know, it's personal for me. It's not personal against anyone, but it's a personal goal. I want to be able to fulfill that dream of his to where he can walk down the street without moving, you know, because I have a home in this community and, you know, we have several properties in this community. I want to be able to walk to the corner, you know, put my son on the bus and my daughter on the bus and they go to school right here in 49022. So this thing is personal. And one last thing I think that everyone should know is that, you know, I know that, you know, the doctors say that, you know, our blood is red, but for me, my blood really is orange and black.
Thank you so much for sharing. And for a split second, I forgot that you were on Pep Club, Angel. Not that I didn't remember, but just you brought back memories of us being at the game and how exciting it was. And even though you're a few years older than me, you know, I cheered that full time. So I do remember you being very energetic on the pep club. So thank you for sharing. Next, we are
President Robinson. Miss Trustee Buchanan should be back in the room by now. She's on her phone.
okay. Trustee Buchanan, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what we're doing right now is we're sharing with everyone. And while I have you unmuted, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. I have a couple questions for you, and I'm gonna ask you the questions one by one to give you an opportunity to answer. So the first question, I know you've been on the board at different times throughout your career. The first question is, why are you on the board currently?
Why I'm on the board is our young people need us, and we need them. In order for them to grow, we have to be strong. And I've dealt with 17 years with young people, taking them all over the state and different places. So what we need to do, we need to stop blaming everybody and do something. In fact, coming in the next 3 weeks, I'm gonna call a press conference. Because you have not because we ask not. And our kids need us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Your next question is, what do you think you uniquely bring to your current role? So what do you bring to the board that none of us have?
You know what, Ms. Robinson, character and laughter. Now, my birthday was February the 5th, and the kids that I know that love me and everything, we got to the end of the month. Remember, your birthday lasts the whole month. True, but there are so many young people. When I go to the store, I'm afraid to go to Smiley. I'm afraid to go to Meeks. I'm not. I know the young people. We got to stop blaming, pointing the finger at everybody and step in. Because what they said, you have not because you ask not. Thank you. And I'm having trouble. I would like for everybody to say good morning. This computer been set up. I done had instruction from 4 granddaughters, but it keep going in and out. So I'll talk on my phone. Thank you. I'd like to see all those beautiful faces. Y'all be blessed. So I'm here to make it better. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. You actually already answered number 3. So thank you so much for sharing. We're gonna go ahead and give Liz an opportunity to share because we rarely get a chance to get feedback from her. So Liz, can you do us the favor of sharing your answers to those questions as well?
Oh my goodness, I wasn't expecting to be answering them.
I know.
Geez, I think the biggest thing is that when I took this job, I was very excited to be a part of the change that was coming to the district. I have a lot of faith in Dr. Council and the vision that he has for the district. As far as what do I think I uniquely bring to my role, I have, 30 years of public experience, 30 years public face-to-face community experience, working with communities, interacting in communities, leading communities. Everything from park districts to managing preschools to, and my most recent job before this was with a school district as a regular school secretary. And I just love the kids. I can't wait for them to all come back because I love to see their faces. I don't know how I feel about that with high schoolers. I'm used to elementary kids, but we'll see. I'm really excited for it. I just think I bring a lot of experience. I think I also bring a good level of maturity and common sense. And I'm an extremely patient person. I don't get upset or angered easily. So one of the biggest things I've learned working with the public is just, you have so many different people out there, and a lot of times if they're angry or yelling, it's really just that they want to be heard. And that's our job, is to hear them. And so my goal, just do the best I can do. Really, just be the best person I can be and support the board and the superintendent, whatever he needs. That's kind of really what my biggest goal is. Thank you for allowing me.
You're very Very welcome. Thank you for sharing. Next up, we have Secretary Triplett. Can you please do us the pleasure of providing your answers to the icebreaker question?
Good morning. I'm over here trying to get set up. I guess I don't know what the deal is with my computer here, but I need to okay. Why are you on the board? It was not an easy decision. I have always first of all, I'm a Tiger in my soul. I'm a graduate of, well, I guess I'm going to the next question, but anyhow, why am I on the board? Because I want to make a difference, be a part of the solution instead of the problem. So that's why I'm on the board. What do you think you uniquely bring to your current role? My current role, I'm Secretary of the Board of Education, and being a board member. Like I said, I was born and raised in Benton Harbor, Michigan. I attended Celia McCord Elementary School, Benton Harbor, the old Benton Harbor Junior High on Broadway, and I graduated from Benton Harbor High School in 1978, for which I am proud to have been the president. Still, the president of the class of 1978. There were 419 of us who officially received our diplomas. And there were 37 summer schools. But I had the opportunity to also, as Mrs. Creighton stated, I had the opportunity, and I made an honest decision in the first grade. At Celia McCord in Miss Fairroom, I knew that I wanted to be a teacher. And from that point on, I had some of the most amazing educators in this district, you know, too numerous to call out their names, but there was a third grade teacher, Ann Bravender, who lit the torch as it related to me being told that I was college material and told my mother that I should go to college. And then when you had Joe Shern as your principal, Hazel May, Lorraine Morgan, Russell Kine, Cleo Thomas, Carolyn Walton, you know, powerful instructors who not only taught us, but really taught us about everything, you know, just did the whole thing in school. So I made a conscientious decision to come back to Benton Harbor, and people told me not to come. In 1982, you don't want to go home. A lot of times it's very difficult to go home, but that was my calling, to come home. And I came back and I taught in the school district for 20 some odd years. I've seen this school district at its best. So, and being a teacher, taught in the magnet program, saw when others had counted our kids out, I saw where our kids were 97% proficient in reading and writing, and 98% proficient in mathematics, 4th, 5th, 6th grade combination classes. And just, you know, then I became an administrator in the district as well. So, you know, I been here a long time, and so I do bring a lot to the table. What is the single most important goal for you during your time within your current board term and position? Is to make sure, first of all, that governance, oversight, and accountability is at the forefront of the Board of Education. I think a lot of times people make things personal as a distraction to cover incompetence. I would love to see this board become transformational versus transactional. And for years, you know, transactional, people just put out fires and go to the next fire, and the next thing you know, you come back, it's another fire. So I just want to, first of all, it breaks my heart to see us being the lowest, to see us being looked upon as one of the worst school districts in the state of Michigan. That breaks my heart, because that is not the real narrative. And so I want to be a part of that change. And it's my goal that within these next 4 years, that Benton Harbor is back where it needs to be and where it can be and where it should be, so people like Mr. Creighton can bring their kids back and feel comfortable that their children are receiving a quality education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Triplett. We're gonna go next to Vice President Bradley, and he's actually on the road. Are you in a safe place to share, Vice President Bradley?
Yes. I'm here in Indiana right now.
You need me to read you the questions, or you?
Oh no, I've been out there listening to them and looking at them,
okay,
and taking a quick gander at them. Why I'm on the board? Well, I got on the board at that time. This is what, back in I think 2018. There was a lot of uncertainty, and at the time when I ran for the board, you know, it was always, you know, you always seen negative stuff in the newspaper. You always heard negative stuff, and you had, you know, a lot of people had grown apathetic to the way things are. And so after I had went, at that time, one of my grandmothers was, well, both of my grandmothers was living at the time, but after visiting one of my grandmothers at a nursing home, kind of a spirit of go get it and take action fell up on me to go and, you know, run for the board, because my grandmother was always active. She never really did politics, but she always kind of did, you know, things around the community and always in her church. So I said, okay. You know, prior to that, I was always involved in something. Growing up, or before I even became a professional driver, I would always be involved in different things. So I said, okay, well, you know, let me go ahead, and it's more to just, you know, it's more to just take action instead of just sitting on the sidelines and just, you know, always, you know, saying stuff online and giving a comment on social media about how things are. You have to sometimes just take action. So with that being said, I got up, I ran, and you know, I've seen the district through when the state tried to take over, and I've seen everybody get unified, and so I know it can be done. So with, you know, community unity, that part of unity and community. Then I also had served as a student school board member, and it's a good thing seeing, you know, that the school board is a newer generation, not counting out our ones on the board of a different generation, because they can always bring that wisdom to us and say, hey, look, this is how, you know, you need to do this. So I do feel good about that. What do you think I uniquely bring to this current role as vice president? As one of two of the senior most members on the board, I think kind of bringing that wisdom and that outlook and different viewpoint of things and issues, and being able to work with the president, work with other board members, and then delegating different tasks if we have, you know, if there's a need, and then finding, you know, things to kind of just do that, and also just being an encourager and motivating other members and motivating others to kind of, hey, go for it. That's how I've always been, kind of just encouraging people. And what's the most important goal for me during my time, during my term? I guess the most important goal is to see that we become a better board, growing our district, you know, getting it back to a place where, I know it's going to take time, but getting it back to a place where people are able to bring their children, where we can work on their apathy, where we can be able to listen. I know it's hard to kind of change certain mindsets, but at the same time, you can always chip away at it and work with it. So of doing that, because it's just been some things that have just been ingrained into people over years, and it's hard to break away from that, and letting people know, hey, you have to trust the process, you know, hey, it's going to take place, it's going to take time, but we're doing things, and, you know, making sure that and I'm glad that our superintendent also is doing this, is making sure that we have a positive perception in the community and around the state and around the world. So making sure that our board is not looked at in a negative light, and, you know, people give those arrows and be like, oh, y'all just can't get nothing together. So that's my goal, is just make sure that we're looked at in the positive light. And that's all.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm the last person, so I'll make my responses as quick as feasible. Why are you on the board or within your current position? So I think I've only shared with a handful of people. I actually went to school to be an educator. I came through the teacher cadet program for Benton Harbor area schools. I was one of the first students to be staffed within the high school. Normally you had to go to an elementary. A few of us were staffed within junior high. They actually gave me permission to be staffed as a teacher's aide within the high school in Mrs. Head's class. So I was really excited and really enriched in education. I went to Western for education for 4 years, did my pre-internship, and within that period realized that although my passion is to work with and guide youth, that being an educator wasn't for me. I didn't really know how to explain it. It was a difficult conversation to have with my mother, but it was just something about it. I knew that that wasn't necessarily the way that I was meant to assist youth. But it never prevented me from wanting to be able to give back to Benton Harbor in some capacity. So I worked in Kalamazoo in various positions of leadership and moved back to Benton Harbor because I wanted to give back to my community before I left and went elsewhere. I had plans to move out of state. Came back, thought I was going to be here temporarily, never quite figured out where exactly I fit, but I couldn't leave because I felt like I had not given anything to the community. And ironically, when the BHAS secretary decided that she was going to step down from her position, I was actually there in the building in that moment. I'm not sure if Secretary Triplett remembers, but we were in Miss Benton Harbor practice. And so we found out that a resignation had been entered in that moment, and I was there, and it kind of spoke to me, and I felt like that was my opportunity, and that was the way that I was supposed to give back. So it worked out that I didn't go into education to come back to be a teacher, because I wouldn't have been in position to step onto the board at that moment. And of course, you guys know I was appointed and made secretary. As far as president is concerned, I've always been the type of person to step up to the lead if leadership is needed. And so when I was nominated for the position, or in conversations with others, when they communicated they could see me in the position, I wasn't, I can't say that it was something 100% that I decided for certain that I wanted to do. I needed to know it was something that my board wanted me to do. So when that confidence was expressed in the meeting, of course I accepted, and I'm excited to be here in this role. What I think I uniquely bring is that I've always been in crisis management positions, whether it was in education, working with at-risk kids, in social work in domestic violence shelters, or working with youth in crisis in youth shelters, or working at MDHHS, giving assistance to families in need. I've always been in crisis management. And as we know, a lot of our youth and our parents have individual crises within their home that the students are dealing with and combating and attempting to overcome to come to the district. And so me having those greater understandings of household dynamics and and education, I think it uniquely prepares me to be able to serve in this position of leadership. And my most single important goal would be that we, of course, get our district turned around completely, that we are considered a #1 priority option, top option for those in our community, but given school of choice, that we're also considered a #1 option for other students, because a lot of times we concentrate on getting our students back, but there's nothing that says that we can't get St. Joseph kids that want to come here, or Berrien Springs kids that want to come here, just like our students go there. So I really want to get us to a position where we're considered a top option for education, not just in our district, but within our area for students and their parents. And we all know everyone wants to be a tiger. We just have to ensure that our district is actually in a place where that is something that they can do and obtain educational success within the same breath. So that is my sharing. I really appreciate everyone for taking an opportunity to share. I didn't anticipate that it was going to take us this long. However, I think it's extremely important that we had an opportunity to get to know each other in this manner, because when we do have public participants in our meeting, we rarely get a chance to have these personal conversations. And I think it's very important that we're aware of where each other is coming from, because it will help guide the lens in which we see each other's responses and decisions and input that is given in our meetings and in our committee conversations as well. So next on our agenda, we're going to move on to board norms. If I can get Liz to pull that up for me. So these were previous board norms that were set. I wanted to just go over these and review these and see if there's any conversation to be provided any additions that we think we need to make, or if we're comfortable with these. The first norm is we will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversations. I know right now virtually we really don't have an opportunity to do that, but we will soon be in person. So when we're in person with each other, we'll refrain from side conversations. We will use our time wisely, starting and ending our meetings on time. We will challenge ideas and not people, which I think is extremely important. We will ask questions when in doubt, and there will be no surprises at the board table. So is there any input on this, any suggestions, any feedback? I think that this is a good simplistic standard for norms, but I do want to give an opportunity for if there's any additional conversation or input.
Can I add?
Yes.
I do want to say this. This is one thing I know, actually sitting in this seat for about 12 months, 13 months. There's a lot of really, really good things at all levels. I think the issue is just everyone working in sync. So, you know, when you look at different policies we have, such as norms, et cetera, a lot of stuff is what you want, a lot of best practices. I want to tell the board members this. Yesterday, I was at a Superintendent's Academy in Barry and Risa, and we had the executive director of MASB who was speaking there. And one thing he told me, I asked him if he could put this in writing, because maybe it could be helpful. One thing he said, you know what, Dr. Townsville, you have a new board. And we spent a lot of time with Benton Harbor in the past. And while there in the past, it was just really bad. It was so tough to where the board members asked MASB to stop coming and stop helping them, because they started, you know, bickering with MASB with the recommendations. But the gentleman said that he really believed this is a prime opportunity with this team to really just move it forward. And he was very excited and optimistic from the things he'd been reading and seeing, you know, in the media as of late. And he's just excited about our new opportunity. And I really hope, and this is in my heart of hearts, I really hope that whatever, you know, little things we have that, you know, we may feel some way about, we can hash that stuff out, you know, behind the scenes. But up front, we show that we're truly a tough, mighty Tiger team pushing ahead for the bigger picture, such as bringing back, you know, former students like Miss Creighton's kids, getting Miss Robinson's kids, all, you know, and then being a top school of choice. So we have some heavy hitters on the outside that's kind of watched us for years that feel like this is the time. If it's any time to do it, this is it right here. So I just wanted to share that. I'm sorry to kind of jump in there.
No, thank you. And I think everyone in the community and stakeholders and the media and other state officials are watching in excitement about the potential that our board has in leading us forward. So thank you for sharing that. Is there anyone that has any feedback on the board norms?
I was just going to say, let's just make sure we continue to, once we get back at the in-person meetings, that we put them on the table. You know, I think I don't remember that President Robinson, when we had the laminated copies on the table during our board sessions when we were in person. And I really enjoy them, because especially, you know, it came up at MASB all the time, and that's one thing they always have is there will be no surprise at the board table. So I'm glad that we're on par and, you know, kind of in lockstep with the state on our norms.
Okay, awesome. Any other feedback?
You know, I do take objection to there will be no surprises at the board table, that norm. And hear me out. I know how I'm a politician. It's in my DNA. I've been in politics for over 15 years. Although I'm young, I know. And part of the way I'm trained is to chew gum and think and ask a question at the same time. So it may come off as a surprise to you at the board meeting, but that's just how my brain functions.
So I want to comment on that. So it's not that we don't expect you to ask a question at the board table. Like, we might be at a board table, I can look at something 20 times and there may be a question as I'm talking and hearing conversation that I come up with. So this doesn't mean that you can't ask a question. I don't want you to think that that's the case. But if there's something, let's say we have our meeting on Tuesday And you know, at Friday, when you look at the agenda, there's a hot and heavy question that you have that you feel like you need to get answered before you can make your vote. That's a question that you can shoot to me or to Dr. Townsend, and he can ensure that he has an answer, because that's a question that everybody might have, and we can ensure that that question is either put in the presentation or, you know, given to all of us ahead of time as far as the questions are concerned. But I don't want you to think that this means that you can't answer a question. This is just saying that we should all be on the same accord as to the order of business that's being conducted at the meeting. And if there's a major concern that you have that we can try to get addressed for you up front, we can try to do that to ensure that you are ready and prepared to ask your question.
Ms. Robinson.
I'm not sure. Yes, Ms. Buchanan.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you. When I can get a chance, my phone or the computer messing up. But let me say this. For 32 years, I worked at Ben Harbor Area School, and I was told that the board needed a crossing guard. That was years ago. So you shouldn't do it. And the principal asked me to go. I did a lot of things. Well, Ben Harbor, I know this for a fact. I've been in Blossom Parade. I've been Fort Wayne. I've been everywhere. I've had politicians come to me, want me when they're running for this with the cheerleaders. I never did that. And then another thing, like, we have talent out here in Ben Harbor. I don't know if you remember, Ms. Robinson, you was a little kid. I used to have parades in the projects with Sandra Smith, and I would take paper, make paper. All our kids, these kids are coming to me, the older kids, trying to move out of town. I fell in my house and went to the hospital. I got called from New York, Washington, D.C. They was calling me. I said, for what? Blah, blah, blah. But what Ben Harbor has is this: jealous. I'm the type to not to do it. I'm gonna say it. You have too many haters in the town, and you got people that's real good, that's extraordinary. They make comments about stuff, don't know what they're talking about. But this is one thing I can say. Since I've been on the board, the last board members, we've had good board members. And Dr. Townsend right what he said about Van Reacher. We got to stop that. Mr. Triplett is a school teacher. He went to college for that. Ms. Robinson, you went for leadership. Dr. Townsend is an excellent superintendent. So we got to stop putting where it's supposed to be. And think about this. Think about this, community, if you're listening, if you're on. There's nothing for our young people to do, nothing. That's what I'm finished off. There are not a building. You got the armory down there. You have not because you asked not. We got to step it up. We got to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, Trustee Buchanan. When Vice President Bradley and I went to our president's training, one of the examples that they provided is that sometimes there's a question that you may have that you feel that the public may have and may need to hear. And so he said that one of the community members or the board president said that they had a standard where if there was a question that they felt was pressing for the community, they would email the superintendent and say, just as a heads up, this is a question I want to ask. I feel the public needs to know the answer. And so the superintendent was prepared that this was a hot ticket item that was going to be asked or discussed so that he can ensure that an efficient and effective answer was provided. But it's not in any way insinuating that you can't answer, you can't ask questions, Trustee Bowens, and I don't want you to think that's what I'm saying.
And actually, may I say this?
Go ahead.
Actually, in our training by MASB 101, that was one of the things that they stressed to us too. If you know that it's something coming up, shoot it to the superintendent, make everybody aware so that there are and they use that term, no surprises. So, and we don't want surprises at the table because you know what, you don't always handle surprises, the way you really would handle them if you knew what was really going on. So I agree with this rule.
I want to add this too. It's like, I think that was a good example you gave, Ms. Rockette, because it's kind of like if you have siblings growing up and your mom or dad is mad about something and somebody probably gonna get a whooping when you get home, you tell your brother like, hey man, look, just so you know, dad saw that hole in the wall. So you might wanna, give a heads up about it. So it's kind of, I think as a team, anything rumbling down the pipe, anything in the community is kind of rumbling, bubbling up, needs to be addressed. Pull my coat to it. Ain't nothing to hide. I'm gonna get the information out there, and just we're gonna support each other through that. But I do like that. I want everyone to ask questions. It's nothing to hide. It is what it is. We are who we are. But I can't wait to see what the future holds, because it'd be a hell of a story to tell. Oh, I forget this. Excuse my language. It'd be a good story to tell.
Okay, thank you. And I just noticed, I'm not sure, is it one of us? Is Board 01? Is that one of us, or do we have a guest on the line? Do you all know?
I think, Mr. Triplett, you on your phone and computer? Somebody might be on their phone and computer, I think.
Okay.
So for me, I do have just like a comment towards the list.
Go ahead.
I think it's a great list. I think it would be helpful for us to know the meaning behind, or where the perspective was for everything that was on the list, and then where say no surprises at the board table. I mean, I don't struggle with that because but one thing that I know is that if we have good communication and good dialogue, and everyone remembers that we are one and we communicate accordingly, I think we can avoid that. And there will be things that will come up, and this is our public meeting, and so I think we can minimize that as much as possible, but things will come up. And so when they come up, we need to be flexible and open mind and trust that others understand like the perspective that we're coming from, and trust our judgment. Because I think if our communication is on point, then it won't be a need for a surprise. And so we got to make sure that we're supporting each other in a way that we feel comfortable making our voice and being open to that, and then knowing that we will have enough discretion and a filter to be able to do that if we do have something that we need to talk about at the table, that will be, will be censored, I guess, for lack of another word, censored enough to be, to be able to do it in a way that, is not always negative. Sometimes people kind of throw that negative word around, but I just think, so I guess for the last one, the point that I'm making is that, if our communication is on point as we grow and learn each other, I think we would do little to no of the last item on there.
Thank you. And another point that she hit on a little bit is, I don't want you all to think that this is just the board's directive. This is directive for Dr. Townsend and his team as well. And so we want to ensure that there's no surprises on either end, that everyone is able to go to the meeting and be aware of the business that is expected at hand. And I know that we, all of us are very familiar of the surprise that we had, I think, in one of our February meetings within the HR report, and how that kind of spanned out. So it's important that we have this on here, not only for us, but for the administrative team as well, so that we can ensure that we are handling our business effectively and kind of come in knowing exactly what we're going to be managing. And I think Trustee Creighton was asking for the insight on the list. So the list was actually in place before I joined the board. So the first one, of course, is kind of, everyone can understand we would want to treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. And I think we're listening and learning from our district, but also from each other. Refraining from the side conversations is just to make sure that we're being respectful of the meeting in hand, and that we're not having many conversations with each other on how we're choosing to vote on something while we're in the meeting, just ensuring that we're focused. Using our time wisely, starting and ending on our meetings on time. That's more so just a tool of efficiency and effectiveness, not only for us, but for the public. Challenging ideas and not people. So often in a meeting, things can get a little personal. And if a person disagrees with your opinion, you take it personal, but we need to take the the person out of it, and more so ensure that everyone understands that it's the opinion or idea that's being challenged and not the individual person, so that we can battle it out, for lack of better words, in a meeting about an idea and get off the meeting and go out to lunch and talk about other things if we need to, so that, you know, we're not impacting our individual relationships. Of course, asking questions when we're in doubt, because we need to make sure that we have clarity before we make decisions. And then, of course, we've kind of talked in great detail about the no surprises at the board table. And that piece is, like a few of the board members indicated, it's something that's strongly stressed with MASB, but in the trainings that we've had, a lot of districts have this in place as well. It's just a standard that others have, so.
And can everyone hear me? I was also going to also add to that, you know, listen to learn, like you said, just to piggyback on that, you know, making sure that we listen, you know, first, because sometimes we can start talking about things and not know the whole detail of it. So making sure you research the issue, making sure you're listening to all sides of the party before, you know, we up there, you know, say something, so that way everybody has all the facts and knowledge of what's going on.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for this conversation on this topic. So Board 01, is that you, Secretary Triplett?
It might be because I just went in on my school board computer.
Okay, yes, that is you. You're right on time. We're on 7, nope, actually we're on the 5 stages of group development.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say something about when you guys were talking about the norms.
Go ahead.
One thing that I've excuse me, that I've noticed since I've been on the board, we have like say for instance, we have our norms, but I think that it is critical as we start to grow and develop that we also put in place procedures. So we look at each board and we look at each norm, what is that specifically saying, and how do we operate within those parameters? And that was one thing in one of the classes that I took, and I shared with the entire board the importance. There's a district, Livonia Public School District has shared with us, one of the board members shared with me, their board procedures and administrative procedures. And so you might have one way of what you think is somebody's coming illy informed or what have you, but that's because you don't know what they know, or we don't have the same level of understanding, or my question is my question. And I'm not expecting anybody to come with my question. I think independently. You know, and so when I come and I ask something, I have a way that I look at things. I have a certain eye, and that's who I am. But just because that's not who you are, does not mean that what I'm saying and what I'm doing is wrong. And I think one thing that we need to do that I've observed is, and I think I shared this with our board president, with the 7 norms of collaboration. And I'm not sure if that is a part of the agenda, if we're going to even discuss those.
Yes, sir. It's actually two segments down, and I did text you this morning. You may not have gotten a chance to see it. I was letting you know that I was going to give you the floor when we get to that. So that is 3 steps away.
Okay, well, I'm good.
Okay.
But I think our norms are great norms, and as we develop and we grow and look at each one and go through our different things, we'll be able to get better with it.
Okay, awesome. And if you all would like to email me examples of, some bullets that might need to go under the board norms, you can do that so that we can get that list updated and have some examples of what those norms look like as far as action steps. I'd be willing to get that updated and sent out to everyone. Okay, so the next thing that we have is the 5 stages of group development. And this was something that we received in our president's training, me and Vice President Bradley. Liz, are we able to zoom in on that a little bit so I can see it a little bit better? All right, awesome. So this was the 5 stages of group development, and they shared that all boards and all groups go through these 5 stages. The initial step is forming. Groups of individuals are formed. There may be no clear view of purpose, no shared team goals, focused on individual tasks, no clear understanding of each person's contribution into the value chain. Then there's storming, where you have power struggles and conflict. People are seeking to understand their value, the value of their contribution, seeking clarity on team goals and vision, seeking meaning and purpose. Then there's norming, understanding values and having a reached agreement on how we do things, understanding their roles in context of team purpose, understanding their individual responsibilities in context of the team whole. And then the ultimate goal is to get to performing, where the team is aligned to team vision and purpose, able to understand individual and team value in context of greater value chain, able to focus on getting things done in a way that aligns to team values and norms. And then healthy conflict allows for collaboration. And I know a conflict normally is a negative connotation, or has a negative connotation on it, but conflict can be healthy in that it does allow for collaboration when you're able to work through that conflict. So I did want us to just take a look at this, because each of us may have a different opinion of where we are. I think, of course, after elections, we were formed and coming in with the initial training and our initial emails and sending things and just forming as a unit, our first meeting, getting our positions and roles together. But I honestly think that right now we're in the storming phase, and not that that's necessarily anything negative, but a lot of these things for us, I think, not necessarily power struggles, but we're all seeking understanding of the value of our contributions, seeking clarity on our team goals and vision, and seeking meaning and purpose. My goal is that after this meeting, after we get some things in place, that we can move forward to norming, where we're understanding our values and have a reached agreement on how we do things. And I think Secretary Triplett kind of pointed to that, and how we need to get some things laid out as to what that looks like, so that we can ultimately, by April or May or June, be in a position where we're highly performing effectively as a well-oiled team. So I just wanted to share this with everyone, because I know that there may be moments of tension as we learn our roles and understand each other's point of view. I did want us to take the time to do the team building exercise, so that we can kind of get an understanding of each other and what each other wants to contribute, so that we can continue to move forward on these stages of group development. But I do invite anyone else to give some insight on where they think we are, or if they have any opinions on this chart at all.
I would like to add, I'm so excited that your facilitators brought this to the board level. As an executive cabinet member, not only now as a superintendent, but in my previous district as an assistant superintendent, we use the 5 stages of group development. And my conjecture where we are right now, I believe our board is formed. You know, our team is formed, with me included. I think we're in the storming stage, respectfully, and that's a good stage to be in, because we're all trying to figure out our roles, trying to see where our impact is, and how we're going to get this. Once we get to that part of norming, man, that performing is going to be on a whole nother level, and I've seen it everywhere I've been. The 5 stages of the group development is a phenomenal resource or a framework to identify where you are. If you think about it, that second bullet point says seeking understanding of value of their contribution. I mean, seeking clarity on goals and vision. Those are all questions and all specific words we all use. What's the vision? Where are we going? What are we doing? So we're in the storming stage, and that's a good place to be, because you can see next we're going to understand our values and have reached the agreement on X, Y, Z, how we get things done. So we're in February, and we're about to start norming. That's official. And when we get to performing and see that healthy conflict, which allows for collaboration, I mean, we're all going to have different views. We put all them views on the table, and we collaborate and come up with the best solution possible. That's where you want to be in that performing stage. And that's going to reflect on the school side academically. You got to understand, people are looking at us at all stages. Not only are they pressing out teachers and wondering why do we have substitutes, they're all also looking and saying the board can't get it together, or man, this board is official. You know, we got the curriculum in place. We got climate and culture coaches in places. There's not a lot of violence going on in the school setting. That performing piece, I can't wait to get there, but we got to get to norming. So I believe we're in the storming stage. Respectfully, that's a good place to be right now, in my opinion.
Okay. Anyone else have any input on on it. And honestly, they did say that your group can be in one place and other members be in another. So you could have a group that's in general in the storming phase, but you have certain members of the group who are attempting to norm and are attempting to perform, but the group in general can be in norming. Anyone else? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like I said, I really enjoyed the exercise in the class last weekend, and it was just a really good look at, how it was interesting how the other boards from across the state, looked at that, and I'm glad that we're bringing it to the board, and it's a good thing just to look at it and just look at the different places. And I know when we discussed the idea of putting this into the, retreat, like I said, it really just gives us a roadmap to see where we can go and where we are at now and what steps we need to take to get there.
President Robinson.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Triplett.
Okay, when I look at this, and this is not going back when you're looking at forming, and storming and norming and performing. When I look at it just as a new board member that came on to this Board of Education, and I think that the Board of Education really put the superintendent in a very peculiar position when we were talking as President Taylor had experienced a death in his family. But Dr. Townsend had to come in and read to us and, take us through some things. And there was no one on the Board of Education that actually led that onboarding. And so for me, I'm going to always look at something when I'm new. I'm not just looking at Dr. Townsend. I'm not just looking at individuals or people, because this is much larger. But for the Board of Education, there was times when I just felt so confused, and I didn't feel like the onboarding that the ones that were on the board, which is you, Madam President, and our Vice President Bradley, someone should have stepped up in there, because there were a lot of things I felt like we were just basically, this is my feeling, that I felt like okay, I just felt like there was nothing given to us, and we've just been in here making mistakes or just trying to feel our way and trying to find out what it is is our role, because when I come in, I'm going to do my best to try to find out what it is. That's just the way I operate. I don't like to be left in the dark. I don't like to be, as a teacher, I always wanted to make sure that I knew personally what my students did not know. This is not pointing fingers at anybody. And that's the thing, when people have their opinions and their thoughts, it's not about anybody. But I just felt like there was a lot of things that I would like to see this board when we start moving forward. There are a lot of, in one of the workshops for MASB, there was a lot of confusion on boards across this district because they did not have procedures in place, and there's a difference in policy and procedures. And so, I would like to, I'm excited about this. I'm excited about the classes that all of us are taking, and stepping out to try to make ourselves better. And I think that right there is an amazing piece. Again, like I said, it's not to throw shade, but we're here in a retreat to talk about how does things look moving forward and what are the real true things that we need to do. Our president was new to the board, okay? And our current president was new to the board and had, 10 months experience. And to step up into that role, I think that was a monumental task, to even do something like that, with that depth of knowledge, And so again, for me, I think that we're still in the forming. For me, I think we're still in the forming, and the storming has fallen over into into the forming. So I would put us in between forming and storming right now.
Okay,
and it's okay.
I value that, and I can see that, and I will say, and this is to not make any excuses at all. I did not have any input in the planning of your onboarding because I had class that evening. And so you know, I was present, but not present because I could only be there a little bit of time and had to go into class. But I have no problem with apologizing on behalf of the previous board and myself if you feel as though you didn't get the orientation that you should have received. Our president had those plans in place, and I believe he had a death in the family the same day or hour before. And so things that he had planned in place just kind of got dropped and didn't get pushed forward or facilitated. So I will apologize on our behalf for that. And so I am attempting to do my best in ensuring you all are oriented throughout this process as well. So I do appreciate you giving your insight. I don't know if Vice President Bradley had anything to provide or any comments.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah, I'm also speaking your sentiments to President Robinson. We do apologize about that. And I guess it just goes back to making sure we have clear communication because, you know, like you said, we had a whole plan in place and we know things would change at the last minute. I think we had sat down and kind of agreed with something with Dr. Townsend at that time for the onboarding. And like I said, I wish we had a better way to communicate that. And, you know, that way you all wouldn't have felt like we just left you all out there to dry. So because like I said, when I first started, there was a lot of confusion going on. I can even go back to my time and, you know, we were still dealing with a lot of things in the state and of those things of nature. So yeah, like I said, I do apologize about that we didn't have no clear communication of how things were going to work. And so yeah, so like next time we know going forward how we can do the onboarding process and board orientation.
Go ahead, Dr. Townsend.
Hey, I want to add, the good news out of it is that, you know, at the end of the day, we did step up. I do want to say this, that experience that Secretary Triplett experienced, that's also what I experienced walking into the superintendency. You know, I didn't inherit anything, no onboarding, not even, you know, from the state level, you know, as a new superintendent in the state of Michigan. But that good old tiger spirit that I inherited, you know, was right there to not allow me to fail. But I'm excited to say that we have an opportunity to build a system that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, that would never be the case again. You know, any board member that come in and out will have a process, will have an onboarding, an orientation that's solid. You know, I mean, you got to think, this is 2020. We have 4 new board members walk in, nothing inherited. You dig what I'm saying? So that's not nobody's fault from the previous board, to be honest with you. That's a symptom of how things have been. But as we move forward, we're going to be fine. We understand that at the board level, we're going to have a system in place of onboarding new members. If anything happens, someone fall out this year, we get a new person on board, process in place. If anything happened, I'm a former student athlete, former professional athlete, and our coach used to always say, head coach, our offensive line coach would say, if I die and get hit by a bus, y'all should still be able to play on Saturday because the system, you know the plays, you know how to run it, the system. So that's what we're going to develop as a system. Sorry to hog the mic. Go ahead.
But that was one of the things that I was saying. I just felt when I came in, I didn't take it personal or anything like that. And I know that Joe's wife had lost her mother that day. We're neighbors. But what I was saying, well, that was the first thing that came to that hit my radar, the way that I think is that these things need to be put in place so that it's not just one individual or anything that, you know, because it has to be a well-oiled machine. And so when you leave up out of a place, if you have left out of a place and you've been the leader in that place, and when you come back and you have to leave or something like that, and that system cannot go on, then that's not a well-oiled machine. That's not a well-oiled system. And so as the Board of Education, and the responsibility of the Board of Education, because I would hate, you know, and it makes me cringe when I hear that our superintendent came into our district and there was nothing in place for him, you know. And it's not about pointing fingers or anything. It's about, this is something, because that is also some of the responsibility of the Board of Education. When you talk about governance, oversight, and accountability, those are things that should be taken care of by the Board of Education, that if a superintendent leaves all of a sudden, that the next person that come in, there should be systems in place. And with all of our committee work and different things, we should be able, that person should be able to pick up and go forth and at least have something to work from. So I want to apologize to you, Dr. Townsend, for you having to even have to come into this district and have to navigate your way through this district in the manner in which you had to.
No problem at all. No problem.
And, Mr. Robinson, President Robinson.
Go ahead, Trustee Buchanan.
Okay, I would like to say to you and Mr. Triplett and Mr. Martin and Ms. Creighton, y'all been in education, so you know I think about it. This boy you have, she was the principal, she was this, but Ms. Robinson, you put stuff in place, and if anybody, if you're a tiger from the heart, then you would know that you were trying to give everybody the power before you come to that decision. Like when I first got on the board, it was so much stuff said that was not happening and boom, boom, boom. But with you, I really appreciate Mr. Triplett, and I appreciate you, the whole board, Mr. Bradley and everybody, Mr. Bowen. But we got to learn, if you, like you said, you give people a chance. If you want something, get it to the superintendent and I got to say this. I don't know how I'm gonna be babysitting in a minute, so I may have to get off the phone. I don't know, but Liz has really helped me, and I'm not, like I said, help me. But when people, you know something, I just be want to shout. With the problem I got at my house at home, Mr. Triplett and y'all there, I am so happy. I can see the change. And I said this when I first got on the board. Sam Cook has a change gonna come. Oh yes, it will. It's coming. It's on its way. So what we got to do is stick together. I can't be Mr. Triplett. I can't be Ms. Robinson. I'm Lou Buchanan, and I'm gonna remain there. Thank you. Because everybody's doing a great job.
Thank you, Trustee.
Oh, good. And I wanted to, anybody else speak? I'm sorry. I just wanted to add real quick. Also, you know, sitting here listening, really, it's a process. I know that we have some educators in here. That's a process we probably should delegate to them, you know, the educators, to develop something in place so that, you know, could bring to the whole board if they wanted to do that and take on that responsibility, President Robinson.
Thank you, sir. And just so everyone knows, Dr. Townsend gave me my orientation. He did mine in his office, so that was.
And we was figuring it out, you know, but that's good. Listen, that's a good thing, because, you know, no one's sitting back throwing their hands up saying, man, you know, we like, okay, let's roll our sleeves up, let's figure this thing out. And we, you know, this time next year, man, we're gonna be flowing and performing so effortlessly. Now, you know, things will come up and we're gonna handle it together, but we'll be, you know, performing, and I'm happy about that.
I think she was trying to talk, but she muted herself. So I just want you to know, Trustee Triplett, I understand how you feel. Even though there wasn't four of me, there was me, and I came in and kind of had to hit the ground running and get things figured out myself. So I understand, and I agree 100% that we need to ensure that we have an actual solid process in place. So we're gonna move on to meeting efficiency. A list of sample meeting guidelines that they provided to us in the most recent president's training, either my president's training or effective board meetings, one of the two. So sample, I think it was effective board meetings, my mistake. So sample meeting guidelines were, we will keep our focus on the best interests of our students. We will listen actively to all ideas. We will listen openly without preparing responses. Everyone's opinion counts. We will be open to the ideas of others. We will wait to speak until a team member has finished talking. We will keep our remarks brief and to the point so that all opinions can be expressed. Anyone can call a timeout if he or she feels the need for a break. We will communicate openly and honestly with each other. We will respect differences. We will show respect, never dismiss or devalue others. We will be supportive rather than judgmental. We will give helpful feedback directly and openly. All team members will offer their ideas and resources. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding, which Secretary Triplett teased me about how often I paraphrase in the meetings. Each member will take responsibility for the work of the team. We will each be responsible for the success of the meeting, participate equally, address concerns. We will respect team meeting times, start on time, return from breaks promptly, avoid unnecessary interruptions. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of situation and avoid personalities. We will address process, not personalities. And that's very similar to our board norms. We will all work to make sure there are no hidden agendas and that all issues and concerns can be dealt with openly by all members. We will work towards the future, learning from the past. And I thought these were good meeting guidelines to kind of go over it and discuss briefly if you all want to, but a lot of these can fall within our meeting norms as well. A lot of this is all similar to the meeting norms that we have. So is there any input or feedback on this list or sample guidelines provided? All right, hearing none, we're gonna move on to the 7 norms of collaboration. And I'm gonna hand it over to Secretary Triplett. This was something that he received from one of his recent trainings from last weekend. He, I believe, quoted it in an email recently, but he wanted to ensure that we could go over this and he could give an opportunity to share. So Secretary Triplett, when you are ready, I'm gonna defer the floor to you.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to give everybody an opportunity to go through and to read them. I'll give you a couple of minutes to go through and look at them and read them.
Can I say something? These are also the norms that the district, Benton Harbor Area School District, trained all of our administrators and our teachers on these 7 norms of collaboration. With she came to the district, I was trying to think her name.
Paula.
When Erica Harris was the assistant superintendent.
Okay, so everybody's had an opportunity to look at them, and that is right. President Robinson, this was just something that I shared with you after all of the orientation, after all of the meetings and what have you. Miss Martin, you are correct. This was something that we used for some years in our district. And I just know personally for myself that it helped me. And what they did was they had us all to go through. So you look at number 1, promoting a spirit of inquiry, pausing, paraphrasing, probing for specificity, putting ideas on the table, paying attention to self and others, and 7, presuming positive intentions. And so when they presented this to us, what they asked us to do is to go through and look at the 7 norms of collaboration, and out of the 7, to identify 2 that you feel that you really need some help and work on out of the 7. And so when I went through and I was looking through when I was in the training, the 2 that I chose was pausing and presuming positive intentions. And those were the 2 that I was going to work on, because I chose pausing because I would find myself every time somebody said something, I had something to say. They say something, I said something. They say something, I said something. Pausing, he says, I am waiting a minute to allow time to think first. Pausing before responding and or asking a question allows for think time for yourself and for others. And so then I chose presuming positive intentions, because at that particular time there was one thing that's very, very important that we know. When our board is struggling, and when our superintendent and our board is struggling, that stuff trickles down to the staff, it trickles down to the children, it trickles down to the community. And so there was, a lot of animosity. And so I had gotten to the point where, some people might say, I just can't stand to hear Mr. Triplett's voice. When Mr. Triplett says something, I just automatically go, sometimes I shut down, or I'm not going, and I had people like that I, that was working within the district. And I think at this time I had become a principal and I was leading, I was an assistant principal and was leading some workshops as it relates to discipline and what have you. And so with certain staff members that I felt personally myself had, through our interactions and what have you, anything that they said. And sometimes when I started practicing number 7, presuming positive intentions, I know we are trying to learn more about all angles. So let me share, knowing that we would like to make a decision that works for all of us. Let's thinking in your head thoughts like, I am sure she didn't mean to sound charged when she said that. So somebody might say something really, really strong, and we miss the whole message of it, because we get stuck on, well, they said it this way, or somebody might say something, in a soft tone that is very, very powerful, that it affected them. And so why would I think that someone said something to intentionally just be negative? You do find people like that will come and, add a little salt to every situation. But I started to say, okay, when I hear Miss So-and-so speak, even though I've seen her down through the years, I got these thoughts and what have you about where she's coming from or where he's coming from and this and that and the other, but I'm going to presume positive intention until I find something other than that. Then I find out that those were not, the intentions were not positive. And so those are the two that I chose. And so I shared this with President Robinson, because when you look at these, when you talk about 7 norms of collaboration, we already have, these are not rules. These are just norms of what have you that we can, to help us be able to collaborate better. So we still have our board norms, or we still have our the previous slide that President Robinson presented to us. But this is something that I think that will help strengthen us, because we, as board members, we have to do a lot of collaborating. And so this is something that I wanted to bring to the board. And Mrs. Rockette Martin, I'm not sure if Ms. Creighton was with our district at this particular time, but this really, really helped me. And I'm even right now, I had to go back to those norms to learn how to pause and to presume positive intentions, even moving forward. So if this is something that the board would like to look at and start moving forward, how do we do this? How do we use these things in every aspect of our board work? How do we do these in our normal board meetings? How do we do these in our retreats? How do we use these in our committee meetings? How do we present these as a board, as that this is one of the ways that we will operate? So thank you, President Robinson, for affording me an opportunity to share.
You're welcome.
And just to add on to that, I think the norms of collaboration, if we look at them, like you said, not like rules, but if we look at them as communication tools, I think it'll help us. Like, it can help us with our own personal children and our own personal relationships. These are just tools that you can take with you. I have also been trained on them, and I've actually used them in other districts as well. I even think I had another job. These are just tools that we can use and then say, okay, if somebody is going off and they get, super passionate or, about something, they might turn up a little bit, then, before we respond, because one thing that we know, if we automatically wait and listen, and get our thoughts ready on how we're going to respond to it or react to it, I should say, reactions, responses are appropriate, reactions are not. So I think with the pausing and the, paraphrasing, it'll help us understand and process what it is that we're saying. And then, before we do respond, we can kind of check ourselves and presume positive intentions. And then that way we are not reacting instead of responding. And so I just think these are also tools that I taught to my students, and we had them posted in our classrooms. And I think it helps us to have good conversations and dialogues versus debates. Sometimes when we talk and we're both passionate, you debate back and forth, there is a strategy to debating. And so, when you're talking about, I think Trenton brought this up when we were talking about no surprises at the board table. He explained his experience in politics. And as he explained it, materials in politics, that's a great tool to have to be able to, have something in your pocket to be able to pull out and to say, well, what about this? That's politics. And so, we are in political positions, but at the same time, I think it's important that if we use these norms, to communicate, it can be a part of our everyday life. And, if someone is, overly passionate or they may have a voice that annoys the heck out of you, then you can presume positive intentions and say, you know what, I'm not going to get stuck on how they say it, but I'm going to figure out what it is that they're saying. And then, number 6, it allows you to check yourself, paying attention to self and others. You're not only trying to look at, how the person is saying it. Culturally, some of us have strong voices, and so sometimes you have to be able to erase, that blurry line to say, okay, let me not think about what I know about this person or what somebody told me about this person, but let me, pay attention to what they're saying and who they are and what they stand on. And so as I'm thinking about the norms of collaboration and I'm thinking about what we've done thus far today, I can even think about and appreciate, what we talked about in our team building exercise or the icebreaker, to where, now that we know a little bit about each other, I learned something about every last person on this call today. And so as we do that, and I'm thinking about these norms of collaboration, now, if I know that your goals are similar to mine and your intentions are pure, I can then say, okay, even though, she might have said this or he might have said this, and I didn't necessarily understand or agree with how they said it, I can kind of probe and ask questions so that they can clarify. And so I just think these norms are really good tools in communication. And it's something that we definitely can use in our everyday life.
Thank you so much, Ms. Creighton. And I was going to add, I don't know if anyone disagrees. It's not anything that we need to take an official vote on, but I would like to add using the 7 norms of collaboration as an additional board norm. Mm-hmm. So while we have our standard list of board norms, there were, let me count how many there are. So we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that were on that list. I would like us to add the 8th as using the 7 norms of collaboration.
And then on the backside, Madam President, if we're going to, I think it was Vice President Bradley or someone said that these things are on the table because you also can use some of these things, this, as a board. This is not as a district, but as a board, as a Board of Education, these are some of the things that we need to be looking at. And also, we can educate our community. We can educate our public, and they can, our public can start looking at these things, because these are things that will help everybody, as Treasurer Creighton said, probing for specificity, please say more, or I'm curious about it, or do you mean everyone, or I'd like to hear more about that. You know what I mean? So when you look at this, this is something that we as a board, because one thing that we are the representatives of the people in this community. And so as our community starts to learn how to use these things, and it'll help, I think it'll just help us collectively as a whole, you know, as a community.
So what we
oh,
can,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We can have the 8 norms of collaboration on one side, and the other side we can put our 8 board norms on one side, and on the flip side have the 7 norms of collaboration spelled out on the back. And we can get it laminated so that it lasts.
I'll agree to that, Trustee President Robinson.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Vice President.
I like that idea. I guess we're all on the same page. I mean, I'm just getting butterflies listening to everybody, because I mean, this is how vision making and effective communication is, you know, we're honoring, you know, we're doing what we have to do as a board. And I mean, I'm really loving this. Like you, Secretary Triplett, I want to thank you for putting that out there, because, you know, there's a lot of things that, you know, this can go, like I said, into our effective communication as a board. And if we put it as one of our board norms, and then also have it on that backside, so then of that board norm sheet, then, you know, we'll put it out there for the community. So when they come to the meetings and they're sitting there and they want to go, they're upset about something, and they do their public comment, we can have it up there on the projector or on the screen, and we say, okay, this is our board norms on the back. This is how, you know, sitting here, how do you know you want to effectively communicate? So I'm excited about that, and I think we should also have it all in our committee meetings as well. So in that way, when we're sitting there discussing things, we can say, okay, let me look at this. Let me calm down before I say this. Let me make sure I'm paraphrasing right. Let me make sure I'm asking the right questions. So I'm very excited about it.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you. Another thing that I wanted to touch on in meeting efficiency, it doesn't necessarily have a bullet or a document, but I wanted to know what you all think about the use of cameras. I keep mine on because I have to speak often, so I want to ensure people are aware of who the chair is in our meetings. Previously, we always kept our cameras on. We know now we're in the home, so you might have a person coming behind you quickly, or you might need to turn off because somebody's a little bit too loud. But do you all think that we should be all visual during our meetings at all times? What's the input on that? Because if we were in person, they would see us. We're kind of navigating things virtually. When we were in our recent training, different people had different insights on whether cameras should be on. So I just wanted to touch on that briefly.
I think the Board of Education should. I know we just have to you're going to have things that, you know, you might have emergencies. Your phone is muted. Some of y'all got little kids. You know, Tiger might run through the back of you. Little Gracie might come and ask Dr. Townsend for some French fries that he's eating at that particular time.
You already did it.
I mean, that's okay. But I think that it is important that not only that we, when we're on these virtual meetings, because people are on the meeting, but I think people need to see us so they can get familiar with us when they get ready to come back into the actual thing. Because I think there's more people that's coming to virtual meetings than not, you know. And I also think that because I sat in some classes and what have you this weekend, and not seeing people, you know, it was kind of weird, you know. So and I'm trying to figure out how to get this situated between this school board computer and all this stuff. But I mean, I think that that's something that we should do so they can get to know us a little bit better. And if we have to go off, if something is happening, then we can click off and come back in. But for the majority of the time, they should be able to at least see our faces during that meeting at some particular point.
I was just going to add.
Go ahead, Vice President Bradley.
I was just going to add that, you know, I know that I'm normally working. If I'm not working, you all know that I'll jump on the camera when I'm sitting still or anything like that. And sometimes I'll pop in, you know, because I know our meetings are nice, so it would be hard to see. But most of the time, if I'm not working, you will see me. If I'm working, just so I won't be a distraction to anyone, I'll usually take the camera off.
Or even when I see some of the trustees have pictures, I try to put that on a nice picture, a professional picture of them, you know, so when we go out, it ain't just like board, like you had to ask, who is board 01? You know what I mean? I should have, if I'm off, if I'm off camera, then it should be a picture so they can see that that is Mr. Triplett instead of Board 01.
I think that's a good, I agree with what everyone said. I know when we're in emergencies, I think it's good to have the camera on. If something come up, stop the video. You know what I mean? It shows engagement. I had an opportunity to visit one of our elementary schools, and I walked into a classroom, and now I was a guest teacher on their Zoom, and I said, turn your cameras on. I want to make sure you're paying attention. And they all turned their cameras on, you know what I mean? But it's an opportunity it's the perception. I think if people are watching, they want to see who people are, you know, because you want the perception to be that you're attentive. I always try to keep my camera on, just so, you know, people can know that I'm engaged and I'm taking everything in. Before I regress on that or digress, can I just say, with presuming positive intention, I do want to say this, in my role, you know, coming into a community as an outsider, when, you know, where there's a lot of restoring that needs to take place, you just got to know that over hundreds of people just have my ear all over the place. So I hope you know that as I serve at the pleasure of the board and as I serve the community, my number one, anything that comes out of my office, off my desk or stamped from the superintendent, please know or give me the grace that everything is coming with positive intention from me. First and foremost, I ride for my Board of Education. So I will also give the courtesy that anything that comes across my desk from the board, whether you know, tough question, confusing question, whatever the case, I'm always going to give the benefit of doubt that positive intentions are presumed. So I just want to make that commitment verbally and publicly right now that I will always have that in my mind when something comes to my desk, and I hope that anything that comes from me, that I have that as well too. Thank you.
Okay, so my request is going to be, and I'm not necessarily requiring it today because I know it's only us on here currently, which we rarely have, and I really appreciate the fact that we don't have you know, we appreciate the public. I don't want anybody to misconstrue what I'm saying, but I value the fact that it's us and we're able to have this meeting with each other. So I'm not necessarily saying today, but moving forward at our 3-2 work session and our ongoing meetings, the expectation that we're going to have and hold each other accountable for is that we have our cameras on during our meetings. If something happens, of course, we're all doing this from home, that you need to click off for a second, go ahead and click off, but try to ensure that your face, as Secretary Triplett says, is something that's a professional photo of you so that people can still be aware of the image in that minor absence of your actual face. But with that being said, you want to ensure you're aware of your nonverbal cues when individuals are talking, whether it's a board member or the exec team or a member of the public. You just want to be conscious of your facial expression, and you also want to ensure that you appear engaged during the meeting. Sometimes I'm multitasking, and Secretary Triplett will tell me to look up. So that's something that I know that I have to work on when I'm not necessarily speaking, is ensuring that I'm always appearing engaged at the meeting. And then go ahead, Secretary Triplett. I think,
I also think as board members that we should be able to and allowed to use our own discretion when we have to do things, because sometimes we might be, like you say, Trustee Bradley might be a part of the meeting and might be on the road. You know what I mean? Or something. Sometimes some people just don't feel comfortable with it, but if we can, they should be able to see us. When we're in the MASB meetings, they ask us to go into the chat and they ask us to rename ourselves and say your name and what district you're from. So maybe we can set it up where, like I see Dr. Townsend has a picture up now and it has Dr. Townsend. Maybe we can add Superintendent. My picture should be, you could say Roger or Ronaldo Triplett, Board Secretary. So when the picture is up, they'll still be able to make some type of connection to who we are. But just wanted to leave it up that there will be times when people will have to use their own discretion, and we need to respect it.
Completely understandable. And I like that idea, Secretary Triplett, of adding your title, trustee or treasurer or secretary. I like that idea also.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And of course, we don't want Vice President Bradley getting in no accident on the road trying to turn his camera on. So I respect that 100%. And as stated, a lot of us have small children, and I could have a circus going on behind me. So I do understand that there'll be times that we have to have the camera off or shut it off briefly. So that is completely understandable.
Will all of our title get on up here under our pictures? Because I can only put Stephanie Rockhead MAR. That's all they're showing, even though I have Martin.
Well, we can see it in the group attendance. You can't see it across the entire screen, but if they look in the participants, you can see. So like right now, we can see Matt Bradley, Benton Harbor Area School Board across his. So they can see it in the participants list, even if they can't see it on your screen, the full image.
President Robinson, I do understand that the governor will be releasing some restrictions. Is there anything from the lobbying of Barry and Risa about us going in person? School board meetings?
Go ahead. I think Superintendent will have something.
Great question. So there is you guys haven't received it yet. President Robinson probably just got it, but there's a letter coming from all board presidents and superintendents addressing in-person meetings moving forward. That's fresh off the press. I think that was this week when President Robinson and myself attended the Barry and Risa Superintendent Board President meeting. So there's going to be one specific letter coming from Barry and Risa stamped by all the superintendents and board presidents in the county addressing in-person meetings. So that's coming down the pipe. It's just in its inception.
And I actually did not respond to the email about whether Benton Harbor Area Schools was going to go on there. So I'm not sure if our name will be on there or how they'll do that. Because one thing that's very important for me is it's very important to me that I get responses from the full board before I act as president on our behalf. But Barry and Risa did, he said majority of the people responded. So they are sending that on behalf of all of the districts within Barry and Risa. I'm just not sure whether or not Benton Harbor Area School will actually be noted on there specifically. Okay, so the next one is handling of complaints. And we're gonna have Dr. Townsend go over this. He has the actual policy. You'll notice that this policy is also at the bottom, so we won't have to go through it as great of detail in the policies and procedures section. And then there's also a form that's going to be reviewed.
All right. I'm pulling it up on my camera, on my screen here.
Can you zoom in a little bit, Liz? Is it feasible to zoom in on that a bit?
Hope everybody's doing well. If you need to, I just turn my camera off so I can stretch my legs. I'm sitting down here, and I'm gonna have to get up and use the restroom at some point. So here we go. Public complaints. So this is from our policy manual book, section 9000, about relations. The title is Public Complaints. The code is PO9130, status, PO9130. This is an active status. It was adopted in 2017 of August 8th. So I'm gonna just read it in its entirety just for the record, and then just understand this is what the policy is. For public complaints, any person or group having a legitimate interest in the operations of the district shall have the right to present a request, suggestion, or complaint concerning district personnel, the program, or the operations of the district. At the same time, the Board of Education has a duty to protect its staff from unnecessary harassment. It is the intent of this policy to provide the means for judging each public complaint in a fair and impartial manner and to seek a remedy where appropriate. It is the desire of the board to rectify any misunderstandings between the public and the district by direct discussion of an informal type among the interested parties. It is only when such informal meetings fail to resolve the differences shall more formal procedures be employed. Any requests, suggestions, or complaints reaching the board, board members, and the administration shall be returned to the superintendent for consideration according to the following procedure. Sorry,
I thought my phone.
Oh, okay. matters regarding a professional staff member. The first level is if a matter specifically directed towards a professional staff member, the matter must be addressed initially to the concerned staff member, who shall discuss it promptly with the complaint and make every effort to provide a reasoned explanation or take appropriate action within his or her authority and district administrative guidelines. This level does not apply to the matter involves suspected child abuse, substance abuse, or any other serious allegation which may require investigation or inquiry by school officials prior to approaching the professional staff member. As appropriate, the staff member shall report the matter and whatever action may have been taken to the principal. Second level, if the matter cannot be satisfactorily resolved at the first level, it shall be discussed by the complainant with the staff member supervisor and in compliance with provisions of a collective bargaining agreement, if applicable. So for example, like a union rep. Third level, if a satisfactory solution is not achieved by discussion with the central office, a written request for a conference shall be submitted to the superintendent. This request shall include or should include the specific the specific nature of the complaint and a brief statement of the facts given rise to it. The respect in which it is alleged that complainant or child of the complainant has been affected adversely. Third, the action which the complainant wishes taken and the reasons why it felt such action be taken. Should the matter be resolved in conference with the superintendent, the board shall be advised of the resolution. The fourth level, should the matter still not be resolved or it is beyond the superintendent's authority and requires a board discussion or action, the complainant shall request in writing a hearing by the board. The board, after reviewing all material relating to the case, may 1, provide complainant with its written decision, or 2, grant a hearing before the board. The complainant shall be advised in writing of the board's decision no more than 3 calendar days following the next regular meeting. The board's decision will be final on the matter and will not provide a meeting to other complainants of the same issue. If the complainant contacts an individual board member to discuss the matter, the board member shall inform the complainant that he has no authority to act in his/her individual capacity and that the complainant must follow the procedure described in this policy. Matters regarding the superintendent. Should the matter be a concern regarding the superintendent which cannot be resolved through discussion with the superintendent, the complainant may submit a written request for a conference to the board. The request should include A, the specific nature of the complaint and a brief statement of the facts given to it. B, the respect in which it is alleged that the complainant or child of the complainant has been affected adversely. C, the reason that matter was not able to be resolved by the superintendent. And D, the action which the complainant wishes taken and the reason why it is felt that such action should be taken. The board, after reviewing the request, may grant a hearing before the board or committee of the board or refer the matter to an executive session. The complainant shall be advised in writing of the board's decision within 30 business days. The board's decision will be final and not subject to appeal. Matters regarding an administrative staff member. Since administrators are considered members of the district professional staff, the general procedure specified in matters regarding a professional staff member shall be followed. Matters regarding a support staff member. In the case of a support staff member, the complaint is to be directed initially toward the person's supervisor, and the matter then brought to the required higher levels in the same manner as prescribed for matters regarding a professional staff member. Matters regarding district services or operations. If the request, suggestion, complaint, or grievance relates to a matter of district procedure or operation, it should be addressed initially to the supervisor and then brought in turn to higher levels of authority in the manner prescribed in matters regarding a professional staff member. Matters regarding the education program. If the request, suggestion, complaint, or grievance relates to a matter of district program, it should be addressed initially to the curriculum director and then brought in turn to higher levels of authority in the matter prescribed in matters regarding a professional staff member. Matters regarding instructional material. The superintendent shall prepare administrative guidelines to ensure that students and parents are adequately informed each year regarding their right to inspect instructional materials and procedure for completing such inspection. If a request, suggestion, complaint, or grievance relates to instructional materials such as textbooks, library books, reference works, and other instructional aids used in the district, the following procedure shall be followed. A, the criticism is to be addressed to the curriculum director in writing and shall include the author, title, publisher, the complainant's familiarity with the subject, with the material objected to, sections objected to by page and item, and reasons for objection. Upon the receipt of the information, the curriculum director may, upon the superintendent's approval, appoint a review committee, which may consist of one or more board members, one or more lay persons knowledgeable in the area. C, the committee in evaluating the questioned material shall be guided by the following criteria: the appropriateness of the material for the age and maturity level of students with whom is being used, the accuracy of the material, the objectivity of the material, and the use being made of the material. D, the material in question may be withdrawn from use pending the committee's recommendation to the superintendent. Each committee's recommendation shall be reported to the superintendent in writing within 10 business days following the formation of the committee. The superintendent will advise the complainant in writing of the committee's recommendation and advise the board of the actions taken or recommended. The complainant may appeal the decision within 30 business days to the board through a written request of the superintendent, who shall forward the request and all written material related to the matter of the board, or matter to the board. The board shall review the case and advise the complainant in writing of the decision within 20 business days. No challenged material may be removed from the curriculum or from the collection of resource materials except by action of the board. And no challenged material may be removed solely because it presents ideas that may be unpopular or offensive to some. Any board action to remove material will be accompanied by the board statement of its reason for the removal.
Okay, so
right.
While they're getting the form that they currently use pulled up, I just wanted us to go over that because I know as board members, I'm sorry, my camera's off. As board members, one thing that's uniquely different for us from boards I've seen previously is that all of us are of the community and all of us are pretty well known in different capacities. So it's standard that because we are individuals within the community and know so many people, individuals might bypass all of those steps and utilize us as that first resource. So we want to make sure that we're aware of what the procedure is for handling complaints to ensure that we're allowing individuals to take the proper procedures in doing so. Okay,
President Robinson, got a question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
What if you have an employee that has a level of fear of retaliation? So they issued a complaint, but they don't want their name or anything because of the fear of retaliation.
Do you want to respond to that, Dr. Townsend?
Yeah, you're talking about like an anonymous complaint? I mean, that just triggers an investigation, to be honest with you. But, you know, our hope is that, you know, we can remove that fear. But, you know, if something comes to me anonymously and the facts are egregious, it will trigger an investigation and a formal response.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, go ahead. And I just want you to kind of go so they know what the form that you utilize is for.
Oh, okay.
Yep. You don't have to read every section, but we can just kind of browse it.
Yeah, so the form, let me pull it up on my computer because I'm on a smaller computer here. Give me a second. Secretary Robinson. Pull it back up here.
I'm your president now, sir. Thank you.
And presume positive intentions. I'm sorry, I should have called you President Robinson. Let me go back to the form. I'm sorry, y'all. Form currently in use. Boom. So if you look at the form currently used, we give the reason of the process at the top. And the level of complaints at a classroom level, building level, district level, transportation level, food service, custodial, maintenance, or other. We really need the name of the person, but again, if it's anonymous, we still will trigger an investigation. We want to know who it's against, and if has the complaint been discussed. One thing is always a good practice is for people to kind of talk it out first and foremost. They give a thorough description. We talk about the remedy that they suggest, and they turn it in to us, and we follow the guidelines of the policy with responding to it. Even though we get the maximum amount of time, I like to clear stuff off of my plate to get it done. So you can expect a swift communication from the superintendent's office with regards to addressing any complaint from the community or complaint from any staff members or members of the Board of Education. President Robinson, if you're there, I am ready to go to chain of command.
Okay, and I just had one question for you. Is the policy reference on this document anywhere, the policy number? Because that might be something that could be added to the very top.
Can you take note on that, Ms. Liz, so we can have the policy reference to support us as administrators when we are putting together the administrative guidelines to executing it?
No problem. I'll add policy 9130 to it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And then I'm all set, ready to move forward.
President Robinson.
Yeah.
In our chat, we can raise our hands and what have you too, so people can know. So I don't know who the host is or who's monitoring. They can keep you abreast of whose hand is raised. I send a clap, but I meant to raise my hand.
I see you now. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, so whoever is monitoring, so you can keep up with that, so we won't have to be just talking in. But anyhow, at the end of the year or at any particular juncture, how do we get this data if these things are happening within our school district? Will there be a report that is put together on complaints and what have you, or is this available? Who houses this, and what committee would this fall up under as it relates to complaints?
Possibly human resources, but what I can do, President Robinson, is, Secretary Triplett, is I can ensure that we give a report annually on the amount of complaints we receive at the district level. Beyond human resource level issues, I've not received these type of complaint notifications where I had to address it according to the policy, but I will pay key attention to it and probably do some research to see how many of these we've gotten in the past, and actually where do we keep these documentations or documents.
Madam President, that's something that we probably need to have, because those things are very, very critical. Not that we have to go through and look at every complaint, but we do need to have that type of information because it helps us as well. And it is a part of our transparency, so that we can be abreast of when, if things are happening in the district and if there are any patterns that are being set or that we can see, and like Dr. Townsend, like I said, the question is, do we have complaints? Do we have a system of a place where these complaints are housed? And what committee would, and I think you said HR might be the place. We're talking about staff complaints and what have you, but what about complaints from the public? Do they go to HR, or would they come directly from the superintendent's office? Or, just so that we can get clarification on, just have some systems in place, so that, and some procedures that, how to report this stuff out. How do we report this stuff out even to the board to keep us ahead so there won't be any surprises?
Absolutely. And probably what I would do is add a section in our weekly superintendent update that I send to the board, just so you can have it ongoing and not at one time. And then at the end of the year, we could compile it all and look at the data and see how much we had.
Thank you. So
I've got a question. Are public complaints or individual complaints, are they open to the public? Is that something that should be transparent so that everybody can view? Or
yeah, I don't think so personally. I think it's something we can just handle and give the letters with the response. But I think it's important that all the board members know what's happening so we can address it.
I agree with that. But I'm just saying to our public, to our community, should not be open to the community, right?
A lot of it seems like
correct.
it would be something that might be sensitive or HR related. But I think there was an example of a curriculum concern. I think those would be things that probably wouldn't be a secret because the teachers would be aware that we're addressing something. Like it's rarely something that we deal with, but often you have districts where there's a curriculum issue because there's something that might be off as far as like diversity, equity, and inclusion. They have old textbooks that are referencing African Americans in a way that, about slavery, misinformation, or there's been a lot of districts that have come under fire about certain methods or plans that teachers are using. So those types of things probably would be something that would become public if it was a change that we would have to make. But that's something I think we've been very effective at avoiding those types of issues.
I think in the also we haven't had an opportunity in the curriculum and instruction committee to even look at the readings or the textbooks, to have a discussion where they can be presented to us, our textbooks and different things. I did get an opportunity this past curriculum meeting to look at some of the textbooks and what have you. They presented some of the textbooks at Fairplain Middle School, the textbooks that are being used. Do we have a reading list, a suggested and recommended reading list at the high school level and different things? These are books that we're reading. These are books that they're working on, so that when we talk about those types of things, because if parents do look and say, well, hey, there's something here that's talking about this is the way that this is presented is offensive to me. And then, like you say, they follow the steps and what have you, to file a complaint and put all the different things about their concerns about the textbook that we're using. You hear a lot about this in Texas, a lot. That's where I've heard it a lot in Texas because of the type of books they're reading or what they want to put in the curriculum, or they want to take out African-American books, things like that. But I don't really hear it that much around here. But I think it would be something that would be good for us to put into place, to be proactive versus being reactive. And so we can have, some things already in place, and we know our list of books that our kids are reading. We know what our textbooks are as we get ready to move forward in getting textbooks for our students and adding on to the things that we're going to be doing in the future.
And another thing, I think Trent had a question about an individual wanting to be anonymous, and I completely understand that. A lot of people express concerns with retaliation and things, not just within a district, but within employment in general. But I think it's important for people to remember that there's a difference between hearsay and documented incidents, and it's hard to act on hearsay. And so things often need to be documented. Some people are very good at documenting things and putting things in writing. We need to ensure that that's being done on all ends, because it's hard for Dr. Townsend to take action on something that's not documented. Often you'll have a person in certain positions or in positions of authority in various organizations that even, gets away with certain actions because people are intimidated or won't make a statement or document things. So from an HR standpoint, it's hard to deal with something on that level when it's not something that's documented in a file or you don't have paperwork on it. So we definitely want to be ensuring that people know that this document exists so we can have things in writing and ensure we're acting on them effectively as we need to.
So would that be our role, President Robinson, to make sure that at meetings and what have you, that, some of these things like this that we're discussing right here, that we let people know that these are the things that are available, and, have the forms. Are these forms? I know there used to be forms if parents had a complaint, in the office, in any principal's office. If a parent came in, there were some complaint forms against employees or complaint forms by employees. Those things were in the office, in boxes, and available to people, so they wouldn't have to come in. Can I get a complaint form for so and so, so and so? They're just there on the table and they're available, and people can come and get them, and then they go ahead and do what they need to do.
Dr. Townsend, can you look into that process for us? I know it's different. A lot of our students are virtual right now.
Take those notes, Liz, for me.
Yeah, you know what? I just want to respond to that real quick. If you're asking Mr. Triplett where the forms are, I know that Sue West has them at the district office, and she hands them out. And she keeps records records of all of those.
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
No, ma'am. What I was saying was that those forms were placed in each building as well. So because sometimes people might go to, we come back up. We just have them set in. They were in the office. And if they wanted to get a form and they wanted to file a complaint, they might leave. Our principals should have them. Somebody might come in and talk to the principal. And I've had parents that came in that were very, very upset about a particular situation. And they're, like President Robinson said, they're saying it. But then what it is, if you have a complaint, here's our complaint form, and you can take this form, and then it'll tell them, because the complaint form should tell them how to, what it is that they need to fill out and where it needs to be returned.
Gotcha.
So I think for clarity,
I'm just going to say, I think that I understand what you're saying, and I know they're at the district office. I would assume they're at the schools, but I would have to find that out for you. If you would give me the grace to give me time to find that out on Monday, I can get that answer for you. Is that helpful?
Yes, all of the forms are basically do we have these forms, and what do you have in all of our buildings that we have open? Not just central administration, but in all of our buildings.
Yeah.
Got you. That makes perfect sense. I'll check on that for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to the chain of command and organizational chart. And Dr. Townsend, that one is on you currently as well.
Absolutely, I'm ready for it. So I'm going to start by reading the chain of command. And I was, I kind of, was looking across the district and seeing how I can best support. So you have to know this, ladies and gentlemen, or Board of Trustees. When I came on board and got into our central office, everyone that works in central office, I literally went around because I was trying to understand how it worked. I didn't want to come in, kind of shuffling things up. People are, oh, here we go, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. But what I found disturbing was that no one reported to anyone in a systematic way. I would ask and say, hey, I would go down to maybe even a coordinator's level and say, hey, who do you report to? And they say, well, I kind of report to the superintendent. I'll go to this person and say, hey, who do you report to? Like, well, I think I report to the superintendent. Really, no one reported to anybody. And that's no shade, no disrespect. It was just kind of what it was at the time. So what we developed not only was a chain of command, but an organization chart. I just want you guys to see what we use. So this is how we effectively communicate with school officials. So the board is primarily a policymaking body. It is the administrators who implement those policies according to a set of administrative guidelines directly linked to board policy. Typically, questions can easily and completely be answered by communicating directly with the educator in charge of the classroom. It is important that every opportunity is given to allow the person closest to the source to address the concern. The easiest way to communicate is via email and phone calls. The next shall be update our website. We want to ensure that all that is there for people to contact people for their email. So any matters involving curriculum or instruction, it first goes to the classroom teacher. If it doesn't get resolved there, it makes its way to the building administrator, whether the assistant principal, first or the principal. Principal can't address it, go with the response from the district. In matters involving athletics, and I saw this firsthand at our first home game, had a parent trying to go at a coach. But anyway, guests to our games, just an FYI. What happened to the screen sharing here? Angel Creighton is the host now, that's what it says.
Dr. Townsend, I don't know, my connection just came off, so I'm reconnecting.
Okay, no worries. I have it pulled up on my screen, but when you get back, we should be good.
Okay.
Dr. Townsend.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I look here and it says like I can't see what she have on there, but it says that when it comes through, it goes to, this is for, are we talking about athletics, or I can't see because she don't have it back up?
Yeah, I'm on athletics right now. She's pulling her screen back up. I have another screen pulled up. But what's your question?
Okay, so the athletic director is up under the principal. Okay,
yes.
According to the original one of the organizational chart that we received. Yep. The principal, the athletic director reports to the principal. So when anything that goes after that, it goes to student services. The athletic director, when you look at it, the principal is up under teaching and learning.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it go to chief of school as opposed to chief of student support services? That's the question.
No. My question is it understood that it does go to student services if there are any complaints, and it doesn't go to teaching and learning? That component of it, does the athletic, anything that comes from the athletic department, when it goes to you guys' level, that this right here is the system, that this goes to Mr. Miller, and Mr. Miller specifically for Mr. Miller to handle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We communicated that internally. So as you know, Mr. Miller's position did not exist prior.
Right.
It's my goal to kind of build that out at the district level, because if there's 100 questions about curriculum and instruction, and we have a chief of school who support curriculum and instruction, I don't want to overwhelm that person with that. I take something off the plate, which is athletics, and put that in the district level so we can have that central office support level for athletics.
And I think that is absolutely amazing. I was just wondering if that was understood, moving forward, that component of it, although the principal is under teaching and learning, that particular portion of it with the athletic director goes up.
Yep. Their support goes to chief of student support services. That is understood by our principal, Mr. Holmes. And for example, the adjustment we made, putting the board members on the guest list, that came through Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely, no problem.
Am I back on again? Are you seeing the screen again?
Yes, you're good to go, Ms. Liz. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. In matters resolving student discipline, classroom teacher, building assistant principal, district parent, student liaison hearing officer. So we have a coordinator of student support services. That's Ms. Cleather Nichols. If it can't get resolved at that level, then it goes through Mr. Miller, chief of student support services. If it can't get resolved there, obviously it comes to me. And last but not least, it goes to the Board of Education. Any matters involving facilities, grounds, building, transportation, food services, building administrator first, assistant principal initially, then principal if assistant principal can't solve it. Then it goes to the director of facilities. We have a director of all facilities who report to our CFO. Then it goes to our chief finance officer for support, and ultimately to myself and the Board of Education. Just so you know how that works, when we had the car run into Martin Luther King Elementary again, principal reported it directly to facilities. Facilities got it to Mr. Johnson. Johnson shot me a text. I went straight to the board. Y'all saw that really in full tilt. Ms. Liz, you may need to mute your mic, please. Thank you. So y'all saw that in full action right there. Anything that goes on, that goes right through that chain of command. And by the way, a little FYI on the side, that frustrated me, that car running into the building for the second time, because that's never happened in the past. And you got to know that costs a lot of money. We're spending a lot of money just for a mistake in the neighborhood. So I am working with our mayor and our public safety director to support in that area. Matters involving personnel, person with whom the concern originated. Then it goes to the person's supervisor. If it's a classroom teacher, the building principal. If the building principal, human resources. Ultimately, it ends up at the human resources desk. If it can't get resolved there, it goes to my level and ultimately to the Board of Education. And any other matters not listed above. It goes through the classroom teacher, building assistant principal or principal, the departmental chief, superintendent, and board of education. Ladies and gentlemen, that is an effective way of communicating. So far, it's been working well. When we talk about the support, forming, storming, norming, and performing, right now we're norming in that level of following our chain of command, okay? Going back to the agenda.
Up next, we have the organizational chart.
Yep. I'm gonna pull the organization chart and let you see where we at with that. And that hopefully it is understandable what Mr. Triplett said, but imagine when I came into the district, there was nothing organized like this. It was all scattered Legos on the table. We built a system of support so there's no confusion. And I know Mr. Triplett often talk about accountability. That is how I hold people accountable as the superintendent. We have any issues, for example, any issues with regards to registration, I know who to go to. And ultimately, I know who to hold accountable for registration. So Mr. Miller is ultimately over registration. So he has accountability for his support under him, and his accountability, he's accountable to me for recommendation. Also, any issues in payroll, I know who to hold accountable. That's instead of the payroll person reporting to the superintendent, no, they report to the chief human resources officer. And if it's not working there, I reach out to our chief human resource officer. High school, issue with high school not performing. Okay, yeah, we evaluate principals, but who's the chief of school? You know, that's how you held accountable. All the way through even the last thing with business and operation. If we have issue with our facilities, we're in the middle of the winter, everyone's cold, don't have heat, boilers not working, you hold your facilities manager accountable, and then the next person of accountability is the CFO, who's responsible for ensuring that our facilities manager are meeting their expectations according to their job description. So ladies and gentlemen, we are rocking and rolling as far as how we operating as a district. A lot of stuff that come to my desk, if anything, gets resolved just like that, because we don't let it sit, we get it done and we move on to the next thing so we can continue to work for our young people. Boom. Next on the agenda talks about our board calendar. And we know that there was a proposed board calendar for MASB. And I met with MASB yesterday and asked about that. You have to know that I work with MASB in addition to MASA, the Michigan Association of Superintendents or School Administrators in the state of Michigan. And more than likely, these dates are kind of accurate. But what I'm doing is cross-referencing it with our MASA calendar, superintendent's calendar, and also working with all of our chiefs to identify specifically when we're bringing something to the table. This recommended calendar is about 95% there, but I know is multiple things we do with the budget. Also working during this pandemic, if you look at some things on the board agenda talking about, you know, I should be, for example, according to the board, let me click this up here. If you look in March, what I'm supposed to be doing in March is giving you a progress report on our district goal and strategic plan. We all know that we just came on and we've not developed goals together. Now I have an update, but I can't promote progress. I think once we get into the norming and performing stage, we can fall more in line with the calendar. So that's just a small little FYI of how the dates can be potentially monitored and adjusted, and that is completely fine, because even if you think of budgets and having budgets approved, there's oftentimes budgets are amended. And as long as you stay within that fiscal year, you do have that autonomy to do what's best for the young people in the district with regards to timelines. But these are pretty much spot on. I do have a calendar that I reference as well as MASA, and they do work closely with MASB, especially at our national conferences. Okay. Yes, sir.
I have a question. I did have a question back on the other slide when you had the organizational.
Liz, can you take it back to the organizational chart for Secretary Triplett, please?
Mm-hmm. When I requested and asked for the organizational chart, and I do understand, like you said, there was nothing in place. And so when I looked at this particular organizational chart, I looked up under the superintendent, like the superintendent, if I look at this chart, just so a person is looking out, the superintendent, who is directly up under the superintendent? Would that be the chiefs? So if it is the chiefs, then it should be for a person to see that this should be, the chiefs should be listed in there so we can so we can know who they are. Because I'm like, well, what is the superintendent? I know the superintendent is over this aspect of the district and what have you, but the chiefs go directly up under up under our superintendent. Am I not correct?
You are absolutely correct. I evaluate every last chief.
Okay, so that I mean, if I'm looking just a suggestion,
visual representation, make that a little more clear.
Yeah, so the chiefs can go up, and then you got the chiefs, and then you go down, and you got the teaching and learning, and you got the different departments, because we'll know who the chief that sit up under each superintendent. Does the chiefs have the same power in their division? So there's not one chief or another chief. Their jobs, they might cross reference, but there's no one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no one. The superintendent is the supervisor, is the person that is in charge of each individual chief, and they all have their own individual autonomy to do their work. So there's not another chief that's over another chief. Is that not correct?
That is absolutely correct. So Mr. Miller does not report to Dr. Shelton. Dr. Shelton does not report to Scott, and vice versa. They report to myself.
And so and I know that some of the depth of their work sometimes will cross, they will have to cross and have a conversation. I know that's what you guys do at your cabinet. Also, when we talk about Ben Harbor Area Schools organizational chart, and we say Ben Harbor Area School was the Board of Education, would they be on this, would you be on this chart, say the Board of Education, and you have the Board of Education members, and like they're, and then under the Board of Education is the superintendent. And then under the superintendent is the chiefs. And then, like you got it, the way that you have it arranged here, because this right here was really good for me to see, because I had an opportunity to see, just like when we talked about like the grant accountant. I saw when this was submitted, I'm saying, okay, well, this is a grant accountant, that's a position, but it's not there. And it gave me an opportunity to say, okay, well, why not? And why don't we have a grant accountant if we need a grant accountant? And now we're moving forward on that. So when I look, I'm just looking at all of the things from the top to the bottom. So you have the Board of Education, President Robinson, and each one of us in our role. So a person that comes in and look at the structure or the organizational chart of Ben Harbor Area Schools, our staff see it, that our superintendent, we just assume that people know that, but we know that the superintendent, because it looks like here, the only person that's under you is Liz. That was the first thing came to my mind. I mean, I may have known it, directly, but I didn't. I don't want to make no assumptions. I'm like, okay, well, he's the superintendent. He only got Liz up under him. You know what I mean? So,
I got you. Yeah. We can definitely give it a better visual representation.
Yeah.
So anybody on the outside are not confused about that.
Yes, but thank you so very, very much. I appreciate that. And then I wanted to go down to the annual calendar. And I did get that from the MASB, and what the annual calendar was in the presentation for boards across the state that are participating and using is not what it was specifically designed for, was to give the board an annual, these are things that should be happening annually in your district. They might only happen one time. And sometimes with them only happening one time, there's a possibility that you might miss something. So these are annual things that need to happen, that we have to, as a Board of Education, that we have to do. So we got this on our radar. So when our president and you guys and you are sitting are setting our agenda, in our workshops and what have you, work sessions and what have you, we know that, okay, in February, these things are, this is supposed to happen. We're supposed to review, set goals, and establish a meeting for that. Because like you said, the in March, it's not that this because some of the work is like a live document. It's ongoing. But regardless to what, we don't have to change it. It's not just from year to year. This is what happens in March normally once we're on track. But we know that we might not be able to do this until the end of March, that when we're talking about our goals and what have you. But it should stay there because in March, as an annual calendar for the board should be doing a progress report on district goals / strategic plans. And so it's not just like, if there's anything in March that should be there that as it relates to the budget. And like you said, with COVID, with the things that's happening with COVID, it might be some things that might need to be placed in there. But this, regardless to whether we're ready for it right now in March, but in March, this should still be happening. So it should remain there. So these are the things that the board should be doing and being on top of, and we can make our president and the board make the necessary adjustments to say that, okay, we know that we're not ready or we're not completely done with the progress report on district goals / strategic plan, because both of those are live documents as well. We might not be ready for March, but in March, this is what should be happening for us as a board on this calendar every March. So next March we'll do it, but we should leave it there so that we will know. And like I said, the president can make the adjustment and say, okay, this is what we should be doing in March, but we know where we are. We're going to do this. We'll make sure that we have this done by April. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying to the Board of Education. This is the thing for us as a board. These are things that our responsibilities, our duties, and what have you. And if there's anything in there, if there's a report that's missing from finance, so, but it's not these individual departments or what have you think that they're doing, and this is our work. Okay, and so again, like I said, in March, we should be doing that in March, regardless whether we're ready or not. Like we're almost, it seems like to me, and I think President Robinson has stated that we're almost like a month behind on some of the things, and it's okay, but the calendar, at least we have an annual calendar, so next year we know when they come in, these are the things that happen across this state that we as a board have to make sure that we got our eye on to make sure that we're able to support you and make sure that these things are in place so you can, and then this gives you an opportunity to see, okay, in March, there's some changes with the district goals and the strategic plan. We're going to ask them just so I need to have that ready. So when they call for it in March, so it helps everybody, to be able to do what it is in a timely and organized manner.
You're spot on, Secretary Triplett. I appreciate you. Spot on.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Did anyone have any questions? I know we wanted to bring this back to the board retreat because the last time that Secretary Triplett presented, each time he tried to, go into depth about it, he was having issues with his microphone. So I wanted to ensure that we had this on our calendar and gave him an opportunity to share the information that he was trying to share last week. Was there anyone that had questions? I know we've seen it a couple times. Did anyone have questions about anything that was referenced on the calendar?
I was just gonna say it's a good guide map that we're using, and most definitely we can always add stuff to it, or if we need to just circle back to something because like I said, we're a month or two behind. So definitely it's a good guide. So hopefully we can just add to it.
You're cutting out a little bit, but what I believe I heard him say, it's a good guide that we can reference. We can always circle back to it, but it's definitely a good guide.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Sorry.
No, no apologies. We appreciate you being on the road and in the meeting at the same time, multitasking. So you definitely do not have to apologize, Vice President Bradley.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment or question. Is this like etched in stone, or it's more of a guide for us to use as we do our work?
It's a guide. And so like if you notice in the months, it doesn't have set dates. We know when we meet, but for example, we decided to schedule our work session on the 27th of this month, our board retreat, so that we can go over these things and I can ensure everyone was up to date on some of these things that were missed in the orientation. So for example, on there, Liz, scroll to June for me. So June says, for example, the public budget hearing or the formal superintendent's quality evaluation check-in, the halfway point of evaluation. That might be something we do on a board retreat. on a Saturday, so that we can make sure that we have the privacy to do that. So it wouldn't necessarily have a set date, but this is a guide to help us with ensuring we know what we should be doing in each particular month.
Yes, and that's what it is, Mrs. Raquette Martin. I'm just gonna say Sister Martin, I mean Miss Martin. Well, Miss Martin, and what it was when they presented it to us, they said this is a recommendation that every board of education should have this in place, you know, because this is stuff that is required annually from the state level for districts all across. So this is not just our own individual thing. So this is just an annual calendar. So when President Robinson and Superintendent Townsend are looking at upcoming things, that it makes us look more prepared and more sharp. You know, like it says in August, it kind of pushes. If you go down to August, if you can, Liz, go down to August. But you see like August back to school report, you know, what's going on? What are we ready? We're in August now. So how is going back to school going to look? So the school of choice timelines, these are things across the entire state. These are not just things that we do. This in August, the school of choice timelines, Neola policy adoption, all that stuff happens in August. Operation and facilities construction updates, informal superintendent evaluation updates, all these things, these are the things that will keep us on track and keep us sharp across. This is not just Benton Harbor. I didn't make these up. I got these from, you know, if you look at 4 or 5 different boards that use an annual board calendar, you will see these same items on there.
And then that way it's good for me, because when we get to August and we're looking at or for example, August, we're looking at our agenda at our board meetings, I can reference the August calendar and ensure that those things are things that are mentioned on the calendar, on our agendas, so that I can ensure that we're getting these things handled and have dates for those things.
And it will also give Dr. Townsend a view of saying, okay, I know I'm working this summer, but I know in August, let us make sure that we got our back to school report, so it ain't nothing just thrown at him in the last minute. This is how we operate as a board, but it also helps our superintendent so that he can be on top of the things that are applicable to him. Some things are specifically to him, and the majority of the work comes from him. But there are some specific things in here that we do as a board of education. So I mean, you know, it gives everybody, I think, a scope of the work that we're actually doing.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. All right.
Copy that. Yes, indeed.
Okay. So next.
One more question. Dr. Townsend, did Mr. Johnson have anything that was left off as it relates to our financial reporting, or things that we need to be on top of? Because, like, say, for instance, something coming up in August, then we should be discussing that. We should have the information in July. You see?
Right now, Mr. Johnson is spot on with everything. We've not missed anything.
Okay.
And just FYI for all board, I meet with Mr. Johnson every Tuesday, just him and I at 1:30, just so I can kind of have my hand on the pulse with everything finances. So right now, so far, so good.
Can you ask him to look at this and see if anything is missing from the financial reporting piece, or you can if there's anything that's applicable to your team and what have you? Is there anything, you know, did we miss something that's new, that's been added, you know, that needs to be in there? But right now, this is pretty carved in stone.
No problem at all.
All righty. Next up is the mission, vision, and goals.
Okay, let me open that up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here's let you know what we have here. So I'm gonna share with you my mission and goals that I have for Benton Harbor area schools. I'm gonna also share what I inherited and what ultimately we will need to do to ensure that we have a shared mission, vision, and goal for the district. And whatever the expectations are laid in front of me, I'm gonna work my darndest to meet those expectations. So my mission, my personal mission as superintendent of Benton Harbor area schools is to lead for excellence. The vision is setting the bar, meeting the bar, exceeding the bar, and raising the bar of excellence in educational leadership, meaning principal levels, every person that holds a leadership title, teacher effectiveness, ensuring that we're getting the academic return on investment as our teachers exhibit their pedagogy, and academic achievement, fiscal responsibility, facility management all within Benton Harbor area schools. My goal for bringing my personal vision to life are closely aligned with the improvements highlighted in the Community Engagement Advisory Committee, which I joined when I became superintendent. The goal is to improve community engagement by establishing positive methods of communication and relationships with the community, stakeholders, and working to change the narrative of our district from one that is excellent. Also, improving our academics and programs, strengthening our instruction, strengthening our leadership, and strengthening our student learning to ensure that we increase academic achievement. Also, finance and facilities, leading the improvement of our business operations, which you all should know, our business operations are going very well, and that was mentioned in our audit in December, as well as the accuracy of fiscal reporting and projections in developing a facility operation plan. All of that is in work right now. Those members who serve on our finance committee meetings understand that we are on point with how we share information, and we're as transparent as we possibly can be. The previous Benton Harbor Area School vision, purpose, mission, beliefs, and goals were, and I want to give you a little background because I was digging. When I say it's not much I inherited, I don't say that to in any way be disparaging. I believe that the work is just so grand and great that some things, just have not had an opportunity to be developed. So this was last in place in 2010 when Dr. Seawood took board. So the vision was created under Dr. Seawood, who served from 2010 to 2015. There are no documented changes from Superintendent Dr. Shelley Walker, Dr. Herrera, Ms. Robinson as interim, and even the, Greg Witherspoon, the gentleman that came from the consent agreement in the emergency management. There's been no changes in the goal and the direction of the district since 2009, 2010, when Dr. Seawood was here. So that's just an FYI of what we're building. We're building this together, starting from the ground up, and we will be successful with that. This is the previous vision, that Benton Harbor area schools will do whatever is necessary, unconstrained by convention and fueled by innovation, to guarantee our students' education as worthy as any in the nation. We recognize and instill in our students a strong and abiding sense of their value. I'm not going to read all that. FYI, I've done a lot of mission and vision. We got to be more succinct and straight to the point than that. And we're developing that now, a very succinct, straight to the point vision. Our vision is to increase academic achievement and recruit and retain and recruit highly successful kids. Just something point blank, period, succinct. This purpose was also written. This was included in the old document, but may serve as a vision because I think they were a little confused with it. And respectfully, Benton Harbor Area Schools' mission is to serve as a catalyst for 21st century learning, to build collaborative partnership among students, teachers, families, and our communities so that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills they need to thrive in a world where it's constant and learning is continuous. The mission from 2008 to 2019 was quality learning, every student, every day. I think within the last year under Dr. Herrera, it was shape the future. The beliefs and values of the district: all students are entitled to a quality education. Education is a lifelong learning process. We value diversity by understanding, respecting, and believing in the worth of every person. The Benton Harbor Area Schools' employee, teacher, and student aspire excellence. Education and learning must reflect integrity and ethics. The education process is relevant, reflects work ethics, and instills metacognitive processes. See, stuff like that is confusing to the average person reading. So we're going to make this a little more succinct, family-friendly, so everyone's clear about what our beliefs are. The goal is to develop high expectation for effective teaching and learning, create a safe and supportive environment, create a culture of professional learning, establish a system of fiscal responsibility, engage our community, and remain future focused. I think those are solid things that are doable and things that are also measurable over time. I want you to know, I'm pre-messaging this to the board, we have put out a request for proposal from multiple entities and organizations such as the Michigan Leadership Institute, Michigan Association of School Board, Hazard, Young and Atia, and other pending firms who are who write vision, mission, strategic goals for school districts. We're putting that information out because it's a whole process that goes behind that, very similar to the Community Engagement Advisory Committee meeting process. When developing goals for a district, we want to ensure that it's extremely collaborative. And so far, we did receive 3 proposals back from Hazard, Young and Atia, Michigan Association of School Board, and lastly, the Michigan Leadership Institute to potentially support us with developing our strategic plan, which will be developed through the alignment of our mission, vision, and goals of Benton Harbor Area School. It is my expectation that not March 2nd, but at the next work session to bring those proposals to the board for informational purposes so you can see what services are offered when developing a strategic plan for the district. Now, let me be clear. Every year, Benton Harbor and every school in the country, every district in the country must do a district improvement plan, school improvement plan. But the issue is this: we must be guided by a 5-year strategic plan. When I was in DC public school, there was a 5-year plan. Every year you're supposed to do X, Y, Z, and you monitor that progress over the course of time. So just to give board members an example of a strategic plan, the state of Michigan have a 10-year strategic plan. Their slogan is to be a top 10 in the next 10, top 10 state in the next 10 years, meaning they want to be ranked based off the NAEP scores, National Assessment of the national assessment that every state take. The state of Michigan is generally in the bottom 5 states, or I think we're always around 47, 48, right above Mississippi. The number 1 state is Massachusetts. Their slogan is leading the nation. Michigan wants to be in that top 10. It's generally Massachusetts, Connecticut, California. Those are the top education states in the country. Good news for Benton Harbor. I worked in the state of Massachusetts as a turnaround principal. Ladies and gentlemen, I just ask, trust the process. I cannot wait to exhibit the systems that are in place. If you know anything about system, think of Tom Brady as a quarterback. He's a systems quarterback. He took his system of winning to a completely different team and won. That's what, I expect to do with full collaboration, not only with my Board of Education, but executive staff and also stakeholders here within the community. So this is what I've researched, trying to find what did I inherit? Okay, based off what I inherit, what are my personal, and based off my personal, how do I expand that to include our Board of Education and our stakeholders?
May I ask you a question? Oh, go ahead.
Sure.
Okay, so that was a lot of information. It was kind of like I had 5 things that I was thinking, but I think initially when I joined the board, I initially asked, do we have a mission, vision, and goals? And now I see that you've been doing research and you find that, so I appreciate that. But on another note, as far as a district improvement plan, if we do have a district improvement plan, I guess for me, I think we're looking at this thing as being separate, and I think it's one document teased out. And so if we have a district improvement plan and we have this advisory board who has spent a year, going through and doing a needs assessment as it pertains to our district from their perspective, I guess I'm not understanding why we're now getting another group to tell us how to do that. I guess that's confusing for me. If you could explain that. And then one other thing, the Office of School Reform, when I was with the district, the Office of School Reform, which so happens to be under now our Chief of Curriculum and Instruction or Student Learning, she was the person, Dr. Sheldon, led the work with the district improvement plan and the school improvement plan. And we sat and we, worked as a team within professional development, and we did that as a team. And so as much as I respect the position of you as a superintendent leading the work, I think one thing that we have to keep in mind, and to, you know, to your point that, you know, this is what you inherited, I think these things are not being passed down because they're being done in isolation. And so, you know, when our superintendents and our, you know, assistant superintendents leave and the central office staff leave, I think they leave with the skills. And so I'm not really sure as to the vision behind how that will look, but I think, you know, it's important that we consider that, you know, we do this thing as a district, not saying as the board, but as a district, you know, this is something that, you know, can be done in collaboration, but I don't know that we need to keep doing 5 things at once. Like if we have a district improvement plan, can we use that plan as our, you know, our document, and then kind of create goals or pull goals from that because it's supported with data. So I guess, you know, I'm not looking at these things as being individual things. From my experience and my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's one document that's being broken down into parts that will develop the mission and vision for the district, that will, you know, create the strategic plan, you know. And so I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with that.
Yes, let me clarify that for you. So the district improvement plan is a plan that must be done annually. So literally every single year, people are sitting down, kind of pulling out of the sky with a district improvement plan. So what makes it different from the strategic plan, we need a long-term plan. 5 years from now, where do we expect to be? So for example, in District of Columbia Public Schools, the plan was by 2018, we would have 95% student attendance. So that, because we have that in 2018, we go all the way back and look at your district plan to say, okay, by this year, we expect to have a 3% increase. Next year, a such and such increase. Next year, a such and such increase. So that strategic plan guides the district improvement plan. We do have a district improvement plan in place and school improvement plans in place, but there's no overall strategic plan for our district. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm just wondering, and I'm on just keep it 100. I'm just wondering, like, if we have this district plan, you know, what are we doing as far, I mean, do we need a bigger, I guess I'm saying, like, if I don't know how to cross the street, do I need to know what's at the corner? Yes and no. So I'm saying, because we're on this moving train already, you know, I don't want us to get distracted by, okay, what is our goal right now? So if we don't have the right now goals, how can we see to the street? You know what I'm saying? I guess that's what I'm kind of struggling with. And then one more thing, sorry. And I'm looking through all of these things, and you know, one thing that has got us in trouble, I'm going to say, since I've been here as a community member since 2008, is that the common thread to all of this is the curriculum. You know, like, I can't, from a teacher, I've been on the other side. I've taught, you know, without a curriculum. So I know, I mean, but we did have a curriculum. We did have some form of a curriculum. We had textbooks, and we had, you know, state standards that we follow, and we had some kind of map and all of that. So I'm just coming to this thing. I'm looking at the big picture, and I'm saying, okay, we can sit and make all of these fancy things, but without a curriculum or without some kind of roadmap as it pertains to education, I mean, education is what got us to the place that we are now, you know, and so, or lack thereof. And so I guess I'm not against that. I'm just saying that's one of those things. Are we there? Are we at the place to where we start looking at, you know, those things when, you know, we do have parents that are coming forward saying, okay, what is the curriculum? And even, you know, you were like, oh, I don't want to misspeak. And so I guess for me, I'm like, okay, you know, are we getting ahead of ourselves? Yes, we need a strategic plan, but, you know, we need a curriculum. You know, we need some systems in place. And so, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of struggling with that. Like, okay, what is the today? How can we live in the moment? Because, I mean, a strategic plan is not going to save our district. You know, there are certain things that they have put. Go ahead.
I don't know what I'm supposed to respond to because I don't know what the question is.
And that's how I feel when you're talking too. So I was trying to craft everything that I was thinking when you were talking. And so I guess in a way to, you know, respect our norms, let's make one point and then stop and give people a chance. I think that'll help us definitely. I apologize for that.
So let me respond to we must, every effective school district have a long-term plan. We must have that. And maybe I've done a bad job communicating to our board. I'll own that. We have a curriculum, and I will send all of that from K-12, every subject area from social studies, math, science. You will have all of that hopefully by close of business today. I got 100 things to do. Close of business today, our curriculum, so we can never, ever, ever say we don't have a curriculum. That is the worst thing to say, especially publicly.
It is.
I will own that is what the feeling is. I'll own that. But as we move forward, I want us to know. So if someone said, we don't got a curriculum, we can say, yes, we do. We use Engage New York, and we have our scope and sequence and the pacing guides all in place that our teachers use. I want to be able to say that because I keep hearing that, and that's not true. So, but that 5-year plan is a must. We already have a curriculum. We have everything in place. Now we need a roadmap to get there. The district improvement plan is just a day-to-day, year-by-year. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, okay, I didn't know my phone was unmuted. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Her question was the SEAC.
The SEAC are recommendations. So those recommendations go into the plan. We approve the recommendations. So we take those recommendations and put it into a plan. I promise you, I will share some exemplars of what a plan looked like. You don't just want to rely on that 1-year district improvement plan. Those are all annual plans that are done. I want us to be official with it and tell you where we're going to be at in 5 years, and we are held accountable by our district improvement plan on a daily basis. Trust me, we have all the data. We have so much data. We need to just put a plan. Now, I would be fair to say that's, in my opinion, why we failed in the past, because there's never been a plan. And by law, you must submit a district improvement plan. By law, you must submit a school improvement plan. But those things have been happening in Benton Harbor by law, but there's been no grand scheme of what is the plan and where the heck are we going. Everywhere I've ever been, even from Wayne Westland, where I previously came from, I knew what the end of the day was. So for example, I can share with you our 5-year plan in Mr. Miller's department, Student Support Services, our 5-year plan from what we're looking to do with teaching and learning, but we got to put it all together in our district improvement plan. So we all know and can articulate by 2025, we're going to be, we expect to have 95% graduation rate by 2025. So that gives people something to look forward to, and it holds us accountable to our increase of academic achievement over time. That's why I say we set the bar, we meet it, exceed it, then raise it. I digress. I don't want to keep talking and confuse. Anybody have a question about, any other questions or comments about it?
I do, Dr. Townsend. What you said, we must have a strategic action plan. We must have that. The district improvement plan is a live document. And so it's not just predicated on 1 year, it is constantly working. And I think some of the things that when we say dean, you guys said dean in special education, so everybody became familiar with what a dean was. But I think that was one of the things that you said. How do we take this district improvement plan and not just have it in a binder and put it up on the shelf just to say that we have it, that it needs to be real. Also, our district, I did get an opportunity to get some information I requested, and I want to thank you for that. I did get some, the district improvement plan and the school improvement plan, the individual school improvement plan. And it is critical that the district improvement plan drive the work, and everybody's plan up under that should be following the same things, and just being able to look at it from a measurable. I haven't had an opportunity to go through all of the plans to, and have some questions or what have you, but I'm just glad to see that there is evidence that we do have a district improvement plan and that each individual school has a school improvement plan. I just don't know how this district was even able to function without be held accountable for not even having these things in place. Those are some of the things that have just been kind of overwhelming for me, and very, very, very concerning, because I know the importance and the urgency of it and what it means. I saw in the advisory, what do you call that plan, President Robinson? The SEAC, yep, the SEAC, and just looking at the SEAC, and I was under like what Treasurer Creighton said, you know, as far as just looking at the scope of work, with those people that are coming in that you guys have looked to help with the possible the strategic action plan, have any of those those companies done specific work with African American districts that look just like ours? Because I think that is critical, that have looked like ours and have a proven track record that these things that they help our superintendent or help their superintendents put in place, you know, have they done that work? Because in order for them to come in and do that work, they have to have some type of understanding of what it is when you talk about urban education as well, so they won't have to be filled in, you know. And so that would be one question I would have we even looked to find successful companies?
Let me answer that for you right now. So with regard to the SEAC, no, we have not, because those, I have the final say. Those are just recommendations.
Right.
I have the final say of yay or nay. Just so all of our members know, I'm always looking. If you come in to work for us, you got to show me demographics like ours. You can't come and say, well, this is what I did in, you know, Novi schools. That's not like no, I don't care what you did in Novi. I don't care what you did in Lansing. Specific districts, very similar demographics to ours. And just so you know, our district is a part of something called the MCEA, the Middle Cities Education Association. Mm-hmm. And that association are districts that are similar in demographics to Benton Harbor. So on a bi-weekly basis, I meet with all of those superintendents and we bounce ideas. I know Southfield Public Schools are in there. Oak Park is not in there, they should be. Flint is there, Flint Beecher, Flint Community Schools. I meet with all those superintendents on a bi-weekly basis and bounce those ideas. So yes, I want all the members to know that anybody that's coming to do work for us, they got to show me that they did work for districts like us so we can get that academic return on investment. And I promise you, you're going to hear me say AROI, academic return. I would never, ever make an investment if I don't know what the academic return will be at. So I just want to pre-message that to the board as well too. But so far with regards to the SEAC trustee, Secretary Triplett, they're just recommendations. They also said they want us to close down, you know, all of our schools and operate out of 3. That's a recommendation. I don't got to do that.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, I'm just saying some of the things that they have in there too, they might not apply, but if it's some things in there that can be applicable and that we can do it so they won't have anything else to say to. I was just asking, are we taking all of this stuff? Because I know for 15 years, people have been gathering data on Ben Harbor. That's just been, everybody been coming in and gathering data. So we got a whole bunch of data. So now what are we going to do with this data in order for us to move forward?
Yes, indeed. We're going to use that data and put it in the plan, and we're going to make it. You got something, anybody else, any questions or comments about this?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment, just listening to the conversation, where it always goes back to that quote that I always say, without vision, people stop caring. They don't see no vision, they stop caring. So if we definitely get the district-wide improvement plan, the strategic plan going, and making sure we, you know, from the strategic planning class I've taken, and I know Secretary Triplett has taken the same class with Debbie Stair, making sure that we do the appropriate public relations outreach, making sure we have community involvement, student involvement, making sure we get that out there so that we can say, hey, here is our vision, and making sure we stick to it, because I think a lot of times you get a lot of people that do not, if we say, oh, well, this is going to be the vision, and then we stop doing something in the middle of it. So we want to make sure we're consistent with the vision, making sure that we articulate the vision, making sure we put it out there, making sure people say, hey, this is what we have going, making sure everybody in the community sees that, you know, whether it be through social media campaigning, television campaigning, whatever type of campaign we can get out there and say, this is where we want to go, this is which direction we want our district to go, so that we can come out strong.
Much respect. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, I do digress. I'll turn it back to President Robinson.
Okay, so I have a quick question for you, Dr. Townsend, because I know you said that you all were going to be working with another company. Was that for the mission, vision, and goals as well, or just the strategic planning?
No, that's overall a 5-year strategic plan. That's the bird's eye view.
Okay, so as far as the mission and vision, they were developing that?
Yep, so we're going to develop that as a district, and that will be inserted into the overall strategic plan.
Okay, so do you know, I know that I believe you said you were planning to have a presentation. What were you presenting to us at the next meeting? I'm sorry, so much has been said. I want to make sure we have a clear understanding of that.
I'm presenting the request for proposals for the organizations to support us with strategic planning.
Okay, and the mission and vision are going to be they're going to come from that as well?
Okay, let me communicate it better. So my team, my executive staff, we're collectively developing a mission, vision, and specifically putting together our mission and vision for the district. That information over time, if we find someone to support us with strategic planning, will be there. But I want to collaboratively with our educators develop that mission and vision. That's why I specifically put these are my mission and vision. But if we put a survey out to the staff and talk about what our collective beliefs are, what our collective goals are, that will be information to go into our strategic planning. So it's the same but separate. That's a step before that. But we have the overall goal is to solidify who will support us with our strategic planning.
So my question to you is, in April's meeting, would it be feasible for us to have the collaborative mission and vision from the staff presented to us?
Yes, that'll be a draft, however.
Okay. Does anybody have any feedback or questions on that?
Since I guess we're on the conversation, I guess it's just okay, let me see how to frame. Let me pause. Okay, so as I think about the presentations from each individual that I've witnessed so far, as we look at that mission, vision, and goals and everything, I think it'll be important to look at this organizational chart too, because that's one of the things, and I've been kind of just waiting and being patient with that. But even in our HR committee meeting, I noticed that, we're kind of all over the place. And so I guess looking ahead, I'm looking forward to that, providing some structure for us and some cohesiveness, because right now it does seem like, we're kind of all over the place. And that's not to point fingers at anyone. I'm just saying that I know that this work that the staff and the superintendent is doing will definitely help us be able to look at it and get a sense of comfort to say, oh, okay, I understand. And I think it'll eliminate some of the questions that we have when we sit at the board table. We do ask a lot of questions, I think it'll help us. And so I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. And that's why I was asking as far as the time frame, because I know that we are a very diligent board. And so it will, I think Treasurer Creighton has used the term roadmap before. It'll help us in ensuring that we're able to guide from our lens and provide that feedback if we know where the district is attempting to go. I mean, we all know we are trying to get things turned around as far as academic excellence, but it will help us in understanding. So that's why I wanted to kind of put a time frame as far as expectation, so we can kind of, ensure we're getting some things solidified.
President Robinson.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I would just like for the community to know in the board that I really think highly of this board. But when Dr. Townsend was hired, he came in and he said some things. He didn't never say, I'm going to do it what we were going to do. And that thing, but the important part of this, I heard Bradley say he was back in the back smiling. The sun is shining real pretty outside. We have, I think, We have people on the board, and everybody that's on the board from Benton Harbor know the situation. So you cannot, I know this for a fact, you cannot feed the community. They'll ask you a question, and then they give you an answer. I didn't tell them nothing. I said, I don't know, you have to ask the president. But I would like for Dr. Townsend to know, and Ms. Robinson to know, Ms. Triplett to know, and Bradley went to those meetings. You are doing a great job. Things you are saying, and people came up to me, they said, Mr. Buchanan, man, your superintendent bad. I was like, what? What did he do? Man, he had a video. He's from Benton Harbor, man. I said, oh, yeah. So, like, and that reminded me of one year when Benton Harbor played in Detroit, Denver, somewhere in the tournament, and Mr. Triplett was in Texas. Not saying that now, Mr. Triplett is special to me. I love him. They said, Mr. Triplett was here, we wouldn't be losing. So what I'm saying, with Dr. Townsend in the seat, and Liz beside him, Ms. Robinson, the president, Mr. Triplett, the secretary, we gonna be bad. Ain't no stopping us. So let's continue with that love. And let people that's in charge do their job. And if you got an idea, don't tell them what to do. Go ask them. Feed them back. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree, Treasurer Buchanan. I think it was the mayor I told once our board was elected, and I looked at who we had elected to the board and who we already had, and I told Mayor Muhammad that we have a bad board. And I mean that 100%. I do think we have all of the tools that we need to be effective in providing that governance to the district. And I believe in our superintendent. So I definitely do think that we're at an advantage of getting things accomplished as it relates to our goals. So I agree with you 100%.
Ms. Robinson, another thing, let me say this. I don't want to interrupt you, but I've been on this phone for about 5 hours, 4 hours. Now, we need to, I say on the paper, it's a break, 5-minute break. But I want someone I want them to call me and tell me I can come to the school and get my check. So I want to get paid. Thank you.
I do too, Treasurer Buchanan.
Everybody laugh. See, I made you laugh, didn't I?
We laughing, our mic's on mute, but I'm cracking.
I wish we could do some type of timing too. I get emails all time tonight.
And then I guess to add on to that, I'm honestly not prepared to stay past 2 o'clock. So just kind of want to put that out there.
Okay, now one thing on here is the board assessment. We can move on. That part is very brief. I don't know if anybody actually did anybody take the assessment? Okay, so I'll go over what it is.
I'm sorry, I did take the assessment.
Okay. So I did mine as well. I'll be honest, I did mine first thing this morning.
I started it.
Okay. Me and Treasurer Creighton had a conversation about it. And so when I took it, one of the things that you'll find when you start is that it asks you a lot of questions as to whether there are certain things that we're doing. It was very eye-opening to me that there's a lot that we could be improving on. Certain sections, it goes down a series of questions, and it's giving you an opportunity to assess how effective your board is in these things. But for me, it was kind of like a checklist for things that I need to be ensuring that we are doing. So I am encouraging everyone to take it. You have 30 days from the day the first board member takes it for the remainder of the team to take it. What it does is it receives all of our feedback on how we think we're doing it. It'll ask you whether we need improvement, if we're satisfactory, if we're good or great. And then it'll take everybody's individual responses and give you a full report of what each of us sees, so that I have a guide as to what we need to improve on as a board, and we'll all get a copy of that. Liz, if you could scroll down for a little bit for me. So according to the MASB, it's a key step on the road to governance excellence. It's a fundamental part of quality leadership. It's going to assist us with fostering a healthy dialogue, improving the board's understanding of its roles and responsibilities, gathering the perceptions of all board members, identifying next steps for board development, and demonstrating continuous improvement. It literally took me all of maybe 20, 25, 30, it wasn't even 25 minutes to take it. It's really quick. They break it down in a series of 10 to 15 questions in each of these categories, and then you basically respond. So the tool includes 75 questions, but I promise you it goes really quickly. And you're evaluating leadership, academic performance and accountability, board responsibilities, board effectiveness, data-driven decision-making, which was one area that I felt I needed to focus more on. And I have to get the data in order to be able to have data-driven decision-making. So that's a conversation that Dr. Townsend and I will have. Board superintendent relations, and then community engagement advocacy. So it really gives you an honest opportunity to give feedback on where we fit in these particular areas. And so it'll draft all of our responses, and then it will give me one large report that will be shared with all of us. So we do have 30 days. I took it today. I'm not sure when Vice President Bradley took it, but it will have you come in and say what district you're from. And then all of the reports will be put together, cumulative, and then we'll get one draft report from MASB giving us the areas of focus so we can know where we need to improve. So I am really asking each of you to take it. I know Treasurer Creighton indicated that she felt she hadn't been on the board long enough to make the assessment, but we're all on the board and making votes and making analysis and doing the work. And so if we're trying to be effective and efficient in how we need to improve, this is a good way for us to take this assessment and let me know what ways to, what things we need to work on, so I can try to guide us for the next year of my term. And then the next board president can do the same. So I am asking that you all do it. It'll literally take 20 minutes, if that, for you to take the assessment.
And I was just going to add on to that. I know it may seem like it's soon to a lot of the newer members, but it's a good guide map. I think it's the second one I've taken, but it's a good guide map, so it's always good. We can see where we're starting off at, so we can know our strengths and weaknesses as we go along, and then probably we can circle back to it towards the end of the year and say, okay, let's look where we're at, at this point, either at the end of the year or at the start of next year.
So do you take it again? Okay, this right here is like a pre-test, and then you come back at the end of the year and then you take it.
We can take it again and see if we've improved. Yes, sir.
If you've grown. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not a pre-test though. It is an assessment. Yeah, and when you look at the history of it, it's not designed for you to take it after being on the board for a month. It is something that you normally would do. It's like the superintendent's evaluation. It's directly related to, aligned with the superintendent's evaluation and his self-assessment that he did before his evaluation. And so it is something that you do and you reflect on after you have been in the role. And that's why I have decided not to participate in it, because it is very overwhelming. Like, I looked at it and I looked over it, and there are some, it could be used as a backwards design roadmap to get us where we are without even wasting the time to sit and take it. And so that's why I've expressed to President Robinson that I was not going to participate in it, because I didn't feel like it was an effective use of our time. That there are other ways that we can look at things without always committing to something, because once again, this is data that we're putting out there to say, that could potentially be used against us. I don't know if you guys are aware that, the board has lost its power in the past, its voting power. And so there were a collective amount of things that made me make my decision. And so I have that right, and and I'm not going to participate in it.
Well, I haven't said that you don't have the right, Treasurer Creighton. I didn't insinuate that. I just asked that individuals do. I can seek clarification from MASB on if they have suggestions for us as a mostly new board, or if they want to give us more insight on the use of the tool for everyone else if they like as well. But I thought it would be an effective use of our time for us to utilize that. So I did take it.
And pass the deadline. So we have to inspect what we expect.
Are you referencing me? I just indicated prior to the meeting. Is that what you're meaning, Treasurer Creighton?
A point of order, I would like to move on. We have 37 minutes before our meeting is adjourned.
I was just attempting to ask you a clarifying question, but I have no problem with moving forward with the conversation, with the meeting. Okay, so next we have a break. Do you all want to go when you want to do the break? Because I have to get the Attorney Gardner on the line.
I could use a 5-minute break. I have to use the restroom.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead with our agenda. We're gonna take our 5-minute break. And then right now it's 1:23. We'll be back at 1:28. I'll get them on the line. Liz, I've sent you a chat. If you could take a look at that. I also attempted to text you.
President.
I'm going to try and work on that right now for you, Ms. Robinson.
Okay. Yes, Secretary Triplett. Liz is working some things out for the next part of our meeting, so just be patient with us.
Copy.
President Robinson,
Yes, ma'am.
can you try and share your screen right now, please?
Okay, let me see.
I just admitted Mr. Gardner in also. Okay, good. Okay, so now you have the screen sharing. Now I think I'm going to break you guys off into breakout rooms, all right?
Okay.
You want me to do it now and then you should be back
Yes,
when they
ma'am.
come back? Okay, all right.
So then, Dr. Townsend, I know that you had a break, but you and Liz are not going into the closed session with us. But then we'll be back after we get out of the session for us to proceed with the policies and procedures.
Also, we need to take a vote on that too, President Robinson, to go into closed session. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. So can I have a motion to enter the closed session under Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act so that we can review an opinion letter of counsel with Mr. Gardner?
President Robinson, before we put a motion on the floor, can we understand what is this going into closed session? All I know is it's a sensitive matter. Is there like what is it pertaining to?
So I'll give a little bit of detail as much as I can with those that are on the line. So we received a complaint that has to come before the board. And so Mr. Gardner is giving us his opinion of counsel on how to proceed with managing that complaint.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, can I have a motion? For
yeah, and I put a motion on the floor to support, sorry.
Okay, you're welcome, sir. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Okay, so the motion has been moved by Trustee Bowens and supported by Vice President Bradley. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Lou Buchanan.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, President Robinson, I'm preparing to send you all into closed session. If there's a problem, you'll text me, all right?
Okay, and you have to cease the recording. Are you able to do that?
I can't do it if I'm not in it.
Okay, so.
I can't, oh, I can stop my recording here. I have to pause my recording.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna pause it here and I'll resume.
Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Lou Buchanan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay.
President Robinson, can I interject for just a moment, please?
Yes.
Okay, can you please repeat the motion that you're doing because I did not have the recording on, and also who was the seconder?
So it was a motion to authorize a third-party investigator.
Got it, okay.
And it was, I think it was Bowen who moved and Bradley that supported.
I think it was Ms. Buchanan that moved.
Oh, you're right, you're right. And Bradley supported. Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so Liz, I need you to get your agenda back on the screen. And Mr. Gardner, I thank you for your attendance this evening. I think you're all set. Okay, so next on the agenda is policy 0166, placement of items on the agenda. Liz, can you scroll down just a bit? So we're gonna go through these really quickly. So the next one is policy 0166. As it relates to the agenda, the superintendent shall prepare and submit to each Board of Education member a written agenda prior to each regular meeting and each special meeting unless otherwise directed by the board. The agenda shall list the various matters to come before the board and shall serve as a guide for the order of procedure for the meeting. Individual board members may include items on the agenda upon the concurrence of the board president. The agenda of the regular monthly meeting or special meeting shall be accompanied by a report from the superintendent on information related to the district with such recommendations as he or she shall make. Each agenda shall contain the following statement. This meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. There is a time for public participation during the meetings as indicated in the agenda item. We don't necessarily have it as 1B, but I indicate because we've changed a little bit where on the agenda we have public comment. The agenda for each regular meeting shall be mailed or delivered to each board member so as to provide proper time for the member to study the agenda. Generally, the agenda should be mailed no later than 5 days prior to the meeting or delivered so as to provide time for the study of the agenda by the member. The agenda for a special meeting shall be delivered at least 24 hours before the meeting, consistent with provisions calling for special meetings. The board shall transact business according to the agenda prepared by the superintendent and submitted to all board members in advance of the meeting. The order of business may be altered and items added at any meeting by a majority vote of the members present. So that's the current policy that we have in place. I know that each of the board members at any given point have given me things that they would like to see on the agenda. For example, Secretary Triplett wanted information on the return to school plan for the high school students, which you all will see is on the 3-2 meeting that we have coming up. Treasurer Creighton mentioned previously that she would like to see information about how the district is dealing with COVID and what precautions we have in place for that. So that's on the agenda. So as you all give me information of things that you would like, I do send that information to Superintendent Townsend so that he can make those updates and we can ensure that we get them on the agenda as desired. Are there any questions about this particular policy?
So are you saying that our board agendas will be to us by Thursday? When you say 5 days before, does that include Saturday and Sunday or the 5 working days?
It includes Saturday and Sunday. So I think this agenda went out yesterday. There were some items that they were still needing to get wrapped up from the committee meetings. I think it's becoming a little bit difficult for that first turnaround Tuesday meeting because of the committee meetings that we have right before. But our goal is to try to get those agendas out to you no later than Thursday.
Okay, so the policy says 5 days in advance. So I'm just trying to come back so we can expect our agendas by that Thursday. Am I not correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Okay, next policy we actually went over already. It was board concerns about staff, board concerns about the superintendent. We don't actually have to reread over that policy. We can open it and scroll through it. But we actually, Dr. Townsend, that's the same policy that Dr. Townsend read when he went over how he handles complaints. So next we have board committee assignments. Okay, and so committees of the board, this is policy 0155. Committees of the board shall perform duties as assigned by the board, which may include deliberating, making decisions, recommendations, or taking other actions specifically authorized by the board. In our committees, we don't essentially make decisions without the board, but we do have that power to do that if we decide it's necessary in a committee meeting. All committees shall comply with the Open Meetings Act in accordance with applicable requirements set forth in 01660 bylaws. committee may meet in closed session to review specific contents of an employment application, provided when the applicant for employment requests that information remains confidential. It may not, however, meet in closed session to protect an applicant's identity. The president is authorized to appoint or soon after the organizational meeting as practical members of the board to standing committees where they shall serve a period of a term of 1 year. Ad hoc committees may be created and changed at any time by the president or a majority of the members present at any meeting at which the need for a committee becomes evident. So for example, if we decided we wanted to have a retention of students committee or a committee geared towards reclamation of students, that would be considered an ad hoc committee that we could get or develop. Members of ad hoc committees shall serve until the committee is discharged. The superintendent shall serve as an ex officio member of each committee. A member may request to refuse appointment to a committee, which I don't think anyone did this time. Refusal to serve on any one committee shall not be grounds for failure to appoint a member to another committee. Each board member shall be convened by a chairperson who shall report for the committee and shall be chosen by the committee from amongst its members, which you all actually did. So currently our committee chairs are our treasurer Creighton for finance and HR, is Secretary Triplett for curriculum and SPED, and then it's Vice President Bradley is over operations and facilities.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these committee meetings are the committee meetings of the Board of Education. And so the Board of Education chairman chair these committee meetings. And so I know that the superintendent office and in our instance now, we have chiefs of our various areas. So they will get the information that they want to present that they will let us know what they are going to present to the committee. And then we will let them know what we want to be added on the committee. And then we chair the committee meeting because this is our committee.
So we can open that up for discussion. So what Secretary Triplett is referencing is that I think most often in the committees, the chiefs are running or presenting the information to us, which what Secretary Triplett is indicating is that he believes that the chair should be running the meeting with assistance of the chiefs in providing the information that's going to be presented to us. So that's something that we want to discuss in this meeting as it relates to the flow of our actual committee meetings.
Well, this right here is it is a committee meeting of the board. And so therefore we have organized these committees. One of the responsibilities of the superintendent, once we get these our information and our agendas together, they take the responsibility to make sure the agendas are prepared and the meeting notices and stuff going out. But this is a committee meeting of the Board of Education. We are not going to a meeting of the staff. And so we need to be clear on that. And I think that moving forward, this is the way in which we need to operate as chairman. Now they will do, they have things that they will present. We won't tell them what to present, but as far as the actual meeting, we are the chair of the meetings.
And so your meeting, as far as like running the agenda of the meeting, Secretary Triplett?
Yes, all of that.
Can I ask a question? Because I was under the impression that it's their committee meetings and we're on their, we're part of it, but it's actually committee meetings that they're putting together to keep us informed.
And I think that's the misconception.
Is that how it is?
It's the misconception though. It's supposed to be a committee meeting of the board. That's why we have a committee chair of each committee, and then they are members that are coming to present to the board, at the committee meeting.
So like at every meeting, they will let us know who they're presenting at the board, what they're going to present, their report that they're going to give, and what have you. But the chairman of the Board of Education committee is the chairman of this committee meeting. And I don't know how that was even misunderstood, or how we misunderstood that, because they are not members of the board. We are the committee. We are the Board of Education, and these are our committee meetings. And I'm quite sure that they'll have things that they bring to it. But yes,
is that something we can look up and clarify?
It's here.
I can, if you, we can seek more clarity on that, Ms. Rockett, Trustee Rockett Martin. When I came, and I can let Vice President Bradley speak as well, but when I came to the committee meetings, they were being ran in a manner that we did have a chair, I believe. I can't remember right now. We have so many things. If it was Watson or the former president that was the chair of the Occupation and Facilities meeting, it slips me at this point, but we would be present in the meeting, and just as we do now, Mr. Johnson would go through his agenda and he would be presenting the information to us as a committee, because it's them presenting to us what that particular committee was doing. I understand what Secretary Triplett is saying, but of course, I've only been on the board 1 year. When I came to the board, we were operating in a manner that the chief was presenting the information to us in the meeting. Vice President Bradley, do you have, I know you've been on the board longer than I have.
Yeah, that's how we've always done it. Is we've always had, our 3 board members. We pick a chair out of that, and then we go into the meetings, and the superintendent or the chief of the different departments always are presenting their information to us, because we always got to remember they have that day-to-day view of what's going on in that particular area of the district. So I know that's how it's always been done. So I mean, we can always take a look at different ways of looking at it and everything, but mainly I'm with the point of, if they have the information from day to day on the ground, then they will be able to have better information to present to us.
Well,
right. Okay, but one thing. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think the goal behind the committee chair, that if you have a committee chair, and the chief is not the committee chair, it could potentially open us up to liability, because we do have one employee, which is the superintendent. I think that's where the design of the committee came from. And as I've looked at the policy, that was the intent, according to my understanding. And so if we read the policy, that's pretty much what it says. And that's why we do have a committee chair, and so, yeah, I think even if this is how it's been done, I think everyone in this call has agreed that, this is a new day. And so if that's not what the policy speaks to, whether it was a good or bad practice, the policy stands alone in telling us how to govern the ways, our actions. So I just think, we need to follow the policy. And so the policy says this is a committee of the board. And, I think, we need to move on with that.
And the it does not stop the if it's the chief. Sometimes the chief might not present, or in that it might not have anything to present in that thing. The superintendent might have something that he is doing, but the committee is the board's committee. It is not their committee. It is our committee, and that is a part of our responsibility as it relates to governance, oversight, and accountability. So the chairman of the committee is in charge of the meeting. They get the information to the superintendent, and he in turn take it and get it to the chief. The chief, we add what we have on there, and they have where they put theirs in. You already set your agenda up, and they still present. But the board, this is a committee of the Board of Education. This is not the district's committee.
Right. I see this, in my opinion, I see this as a platform for them to share information with us, what their departments are doing. And so I would be in favor of changing the policy so it reads that way, because they are the ones that have the information. They're the ones that's bringing it to us. And for us to inform us, basically, to inform us, and also to get questions or to clarify things for us. So if the policy doesn't read that way, I'm in favor of it reading that way. That they would be in charge of that meeting.
I'm sorry, everyone, to interject, but okay. I'm okay with the conversation, but I want to give individuals that haven't had an opportunity to provide input. Trustee Bowens, do you have anything that you'd like to offer to the discussion? Trustee Bowens? Are you on mute, Trustee Bowens?
No, I have no questions. I'm just listening. This is like good supper.
Do you have an opinion on it?
If it's not, yes, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
So you're saying you like the committees the way that they've been running currently? I just need you to give me more, because what we
Yes,
do, we have two.
If I'm correct, and I could be wrong, I know the state wanted us to get rid of the committees because they sensed that it could be a micromanagement issue back in the day. But if it's effective, and maybe we need to ask the superintendent, is this effective? I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But if the staff are having a problem and it's creating this micromanagement thing, then maybe we should cancel it or change it, sorry.
So my opinion on it, I mean, I definitely don't want to switch what we've been doing. I'll do whatever the board asks us to do. I can see, I don't understand why we would change. Like, what's the issue to change it? I mean, I'm thinking of finance, for example. It's so much information. I need Scott Johnson running that, you know. But whatever y'all ask me to do, I'll execute it.
I think some clarity needs to happen around what the conversation is, because I thought the conversation was that this is, you know, we have our committees and who is the chair of the committee. I'm with Dr. Townsend and everyone else that has spoken. I mean, we have a policy here. Until we have a change made to the policy, I think this conversation was to interpret the policy. That's where I was coming from. And after reading this policy, it was my understanding that the committee, you know, does have a chair, and that the chair, you know, then works with the department chief or the superintendent. I guess his representative would be the department chief, to come together and figure out what it is that we should be doing in our committee meetings per our agenda, and then moving forward. So I think as a matter of interpretation, I guess we're kind of changing the context of what we're talking about, because I thought we were just interpreting this policy.
And that was my thoughts too, because the fact it does not take away from, they will be doing their presentation as they should. They should be presenting what the work and what they're doing for us and giving us the information so we can take it back. But the structure of the committee is you have a chairman and you have 2 members on this committee that reports out back what's being presented. There will not, it doesn't mean that the board will be the people that's running the committee. There's no way. We have to get the information from them, but the structure of the committee is they're the chairman of that committee, and that committee in conjunction with the superintendent and the chief, and he worked with the chiefs, that they set the agenda and the agenda go forth. Because we're going to meetings and listening to particular things, but there's some things that we need to be able to discuss for clarification purposes as well, and it needs to be on the agenda and added by the chairman, just like on the board committee, as the president of the board go through and work with the team to set the agenda, and the chairman and the president of the board does the lead in the committee, but it does not stop them from reporting.
I have a question. Is there something that we've done wrong to where we're talking about potentially changing what we're doing?
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything wrong. I just think that the structure is that this committee meeting is the committee of the Board of Education and not of the.
I don't really know. It seems like we're having a couple different conversations, and I think if I'm hearing correctly, what Secretary Triplett is saying is that the committee wants input on what goes on the agenda or what's discussed because it's the board's committee. Is that what I'm hearing correctly, Secretary Triplett?
Exactly.
Okay. And so in our committee meeting, and I apologize if I'm not sure if this was done in others, I'm only in 2, but for facilities and operations, or operations and facilities and finance, in our very first meeting, Mr. Johnson asked us if we had certain things that we wanted on the agenda, if there were certain things that we wanted to see moving forward in our agendas. And so I want to make it clear that if there is certain things that you all are wanting to see on your committee agendas in the meetings, you do have the you do have the opportunity to provide that information to Dr. Townsend as far as the committee meeting is concerned, so that he can ensure that that information is provided in the committee meeting. I'm not sure if the conversation is as far as who actually runs the meeting, like who's going to be running it, but I think now you're saying you want to make sure that you have the authority to add information or agenda items on the monthly committee meeting, and you do. You just want to get that information communicated so that we can ensure that that information is there.
Well, I just think this right here, again, the question is, if you look at the policy, it is the committee of the Board of Education. I have a chair from the board if it is not our meeting and it is not our committee. And this right here is some of the things we talk about, our systems being put in place. So it's not like I'm going to come in and it's not just me, it's each chair, committee chair. What's the purpose of having a chairman of a committee and then there's no leadership? It's the committee of the Board of Education. So I think this has been up and down. Some people have done this, some people have done it that way. And the bottom line is simply this: there is only one way, and that is by this policy.
Can I say something, Madam President? So I look at it like this: policy is just a guide that we use to govern. We're there, the chairmen, chairwomen and chairmen of the committees are there. And like I said before, the chiefs know the day-to-day operations of what's going on in the schools. If we need something to go on the agenda, that's where we have an opportunity to discuss what's going to go on the agenda. I see no problem with what we have in there. We can always revisit the policy, but what we've always done, it always worked. So there's nothing that we need to probably change on that. You know, we've always looked at it like that, you know, where they come in and say that there's no need to, you know, change a process that's very simple.
Okay, so in order for us to move forward in the discussion, if you all have things that you want as far as a actual procedure or policy or the way that the way things have been run in your committee meeting that you are interested in getting changed, so that I can get the specifics, if you all can email that to me, because we've kind of had a couple different things that we're discussing, and I want to make sure I understand if it's being communicated, something needs to change. Because I do understand that it is a meeting of the board, but I want to make sure I understand what is it that is what is it that's happening in the meetings that makes it feel as though it's not our meeting. And that'll give me an understanding of seeing what system needs to be adjusted or what the actual point of concern is.
I think that's
so I think each of us are having kind of different conversations, and I want to ensure I understand tangibly what we want to change, or if there's something we're saying we want to change. Go ahead, Dr. Townsend.
I believe that's helpful for me as well, because, I mean, and I'll take ownership. I didn't realize it was an issue that we were not effectively running our committee meetings to where, like, man, something got to change. So I'm like, you know, I'm trying to interpret it so it can meet your needs. So that's it.
I guess, and I agree, because I guess I don't understand. President Robinson, can you explain why this was on the agenda so that we'll understand? Because for me, I thought that we were just, going over the policy to interpret it.
Yeah, we were just going over the policy just to go over the certain policies that we have that govern what we do, because I know that individuals have said before, and as it was mentioned in this meeting, that you all didn't get properly oriented. So part of my effort in this work session was to kind of go through some of those team building, the organizational chart, some of the things that we should have done in that initial meeting. And so I just pulled it up to go over it, but Secretary Triplett's question or statement kind of opened it up to further conversation. So I didn't put it on the agenda to ask for any changes or anything like that. But I think Secretary Triplett's initial question about a statement about it being our committee kind of opened us up to other discussions. So
can I make one more comment then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think as we're talking about it, and we're going over it so that we can be properly oriented, I think the only point that I've trying to make, even, and I apologize if I haven't been clear, is that we let the staff know as well that this is a committee of the board, so that when we're in those meetings, they don't feel like this is their meeting and we're taking over. Instead, this is our committee meeting. We're there to ask questions, to get clarity, to hear from them, and to get their insight, because they are the people that's on the ground doing the work. And so I just think there needs to be some clarity behind, the conception of why we're in those committee meetings. And that's all I've been trying to communicate. And I apologize if I was confusing.
No apology needed. I think, and that's why I said, I think we started having multiple different conversations. So if there is a perceived concern as far as a structural change, if there is, you all can send that to me. But you all do have the opportunity to let your committee know that there's a particular question or issue that you want to go over in your committee meeting. But if there's something that I'm missing that you all have a concern about, feel free to shoot me an email and I'll get that forwarded to Dr. Townsend. And by the look of his face, I think he has a question or a comment.
Look at my face or the hand raised? Like, I have a hand raised.
I didn't see the hand. I just saw your face. It looked like you were trying to jump in. Go ahead.
Sorry. What was I going to comment is, I think we're clear that this is the committee's meeting and not ours. Are we saying we want me to like issue a statement to my staff so they can be sure, like, you want me to message it again that that's y'all meeting and not theirs? Or are they giving the impression that it's ours and not yours? I just want to know how I should lead when I go back to the team and restate what our expectations are. Like, is there something that occurs? I mean, I sit in all the meetings and I approve the agendas along with our chiefs, and I didn't get the impression that it's ours. I know that's y'all meeting because we do this work every day. We're just presenting the information. But does it feel otherwise to where I need to like restate what the purpose of the meeting is? Does that make sense?
Well, I think it'll be helpful to do that. I'm not saying that there's a problem, but obviously I don't have one-on-one interaction with anyone outside of the Board of Education and the superintendent. And so I'm not saying that there's a problem. I'm just saying, I think as we now kind of discussed it, I think it will be important that you talk to your, staff or send out some form of a statement to just let them know, so that, if we're in a meeting, no one will take it personal if, we are, trying to have input, and it won't be kind of conceived, not saying that it has been, but, that we're trying to take over because it is our meeting. We do have things on our calendar that we would like to discuss. I guess that's how I'm looking at it. Like, we do have things on our calendars that we would like to discuss. I know in my committee meeting, one of them, or both of them, if I do have something that I would like to be added to the committee, it has not been a problem. And that chair has, kind of taken that into consideration and prepared the necessary reports or made the information available. And so I'm not saying that there's a problem. I just think, if we can use our norms to, kind of pass it on now to the staff through you and let them know, like, okay, everything that we kind of talk about as it pertains to the policies, if you can some way, in your own way, communicate that to the staff, I think it will help as we work on and improve our communication across the district.
Okay, thank you so much. So we're gonna move on to addressing community questions or concerns. And this is actually our last agenda item. So this is a process that the superintendent and his office has put in place. So I'll defer to him to allow him to present that.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna pull it up on my screen, Liz, so you can keep what you got. Just give me 1 second. Let me pull it up on my screen so I can be able to read it better.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I can't see anything. Your browser is not supported. Please try one of these options. It just popped out on my computer, my board computer. I don't know why. I can't see anybody. So I just went back to my phone, but I can't see anything or anybody.
Okay.
He's going to go over the public comment question protocol, Secretary Triplett. So that's what's on the screen, but he's going to go through what that step looks like. So you'll still be able to hear him. We don't have anything else on the agenda after this, so there's nothing else you'll have to see.
Mr. Triplett, you can pull it up on your phone if you're not on your phone. You can also put it up under the agenda on your phone. I've been using my phone to read some of this.
Can I proceed?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to ensure that I put this on the agenda. You should have received this also in an email. At our most recent Board of Education meeting, I left taking accountability and ownership. I did not like the way I felt after that board meeting, where there were questions asked to me, and the expectation was that I respond right then and there, of just anyone that was listening. So, for example, my wife was on the call. She's like, "Why didn't you answer the questions?" I'm like, "Hey, well, I'm not supposed to answer the questions." I want to ensure that I communicate this clearly, not only to our Board of Education, but to our community. I don't want anyone to ever feel like we're not being transparent. That's a big pet peeve of mine, because I feel that I'm an over communicator. Now, I can be more effective in communicating, but I do like to communicate, and hopefully you guys think that's evident with the weekly updates I give you from our district. That's not a requirement. That's me just over communicating. I hope you find that evident in the videos that we produce. That's just over communicating, not just putting things in a letter, but also putting it visually for you and articulating it. For example, us returning back to the high school, that was a video that I saw recently, just hit 2.5 thousand views. So it's an effective tool. So this is the process for responding to public comment. And just also an FYI, I was so uncomfortable at the last public comment that I actually called that board member, or excuse me, that former board member and citizen into my office, and we had a phenomenal hour-long conversation, because I didn't want that to be the way we develop a relationship. So hopefully this is good information for you. I'm more than happy to answer any questions or comments after this. So this protocol has been established to provide prompt and thorough responses to all public comment questions posed during public comment section of the Board of Education public meeting. Additionally, this protocol will be used for all meetings that are conducted in a virtual setting. A revised protocol will be developed once Board of Education meetings return to person. Step 1, the district designated secretary to Board of Education meetings will collect all information regarding the participant and comment. The full name, address, phone number, email, if available, should be collected. The comments and questions should be scripted from the taped Board of Education meeting to ensure accuracy. Step 2, the secretary is to share all comments and questions with the superintendent and forward each comment question to the appropriate department head for response. Step 3, the department head will be responsible for providing the necessary responses. All responses should be formatted below. Departmental letterhead beginning with RE:, which is replying to the individual's name. Begin each response by stating the question in bold print and respond to each question by stating the response. Give me a second, there's people screaming.
Them kids said they've been quiet long enough. It's time to party.
They tap.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting?
Was the question for me, Treasurer Creighton, or
Well, yeah, I guess for the board. So my question, during that extended learning plan, I think during that, I don't know if someone can look it up, but when I looked that up, I thought that during the public comment of that section, is this supposed to be a discussion, or or should there just be? So I thought it said questions regarding the extended learning plan.
And I can double check that for you. What we've been doing, he's back on the line now. What we've been doing is a question and response in that particular section. So, Dr. Townsend, she was asking from a legal clarification, within the extended learning plan public comment, should there be a question and answer within that section legally?
What do you mean? No, like a banter, back and forth banter?
With the community. So do they have an opportunity to ask their actual questions?
The public comment is public comment like it is for anything else, because, for example, they could say, hey, how much gas is on the bus right now? I should be able to say, hey, let me get that back to you. Any question is open to interpretation, but because any random question could be asked, I want to ensure I give you the most accurate answer possible.
Right, I'm sorry. I was just asking, was that because like even before I was on the board, I thought that was a discussion, and so as a point of clarity, I was just asking during that section, is that a discussion or is that just another public comment section?
It's just another public comment section.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Life happened, as you saw just there, so all is well now. I was on step 4. I apologize again. Step 4, questions and responses will be mailed to the individual who submitted questions. Step 5, copies of the written response will be forwarded to the Office of Information Service, posted on the website. The website has been updated to include a drop-down called Public Comment Responses. And if you go to our webpage, you can do this on your leisure. If you go to BentonHarborAreaSchools.org, click School Board. There'll be a drop-down that says Public Comment. Every public comment that's been asked has been recorded and posted right there so far from February. And step 6 is the superintendent will receive the copy of the written responses and will share the responses at the following regular Board of Education meeting under item 3, superintendent. What you also should have received this week, ladies and gentlemen, or board members, is this protocol in your email, as well as the answers to Sharon James's questions, as well as the answer to Miss A. Triplett's question. And see, any question could be asked, and you want to make sure you can give an appropriate answer, because one of the questions was, is it a secret? You know, you don't want to go back and forth with the public on that. And that all made the front page, or definitely was a headline in the Palladium. And a lot of people didn't know that, but those that do know, that contributes to our negative perception of not having it together. Now, because I'm a staunch advocate of the district, I did call the Palladium and say, why would you post that? And I celebrated about 10 teachers at the end of the board meeting. You use that 6 minutes to put that in the newspaper. And I highlighted teachers doing great things at their schools, even for Black History Month, and that was not highlighted. We did get an apology, a verbal apology, and as a matter of fact, the last 2 articles since have been something positive, most recently early this morning. So I'm constantly fighting little battles behind the scenes to make sure that we always look good in the public. That concludes the response protocol for public comment.
I have a small question, Dr. Tom. So, I mean, this is good information. I don't have any problem with that. I do have a concern. I saw that it was 2 spots on the agenda for the board meeting. And so if you could at this time kind of tell me if that, I mean, I just want to know, is that going to be a part of our agenda, or why was that on the agenda?
You said there was 2 spots for board meeting? I'm just trying to understand what you said.
No, those 2 letters, it was a link on the board agenda. It was 2 letters, yeah. And it said, so is that going to be normal protocol now?
Yes, part of this protocol is under my comments at the very beginning. I'm going to respond to the public comment publicly so people don't think I'm ducking and dodging and hiding from questions. I don't want to secretly answer questions. If that's a major concern and the public wants to know, I'd rather answer it publicly. So that's a part of me being transparent. That's a part of me opening myself up to potential, vulnerabilities that I don't know that's out there, but I'm willing to do that to expel any myth that we're being secretive, hiding, and don't want to share information about the district. I will lay my head on that line and take whatever bumps that come from it.
As a board, I would like to further discuss if we feel like it's necessary for that to be an agenda item. Being a person that has been to hundreds of board meetings in the past, I don't know that we need to, rehatch those things every time, because it'll then become the echo, of a meeting. And so in an effort to stay positive, I think, a written notice, which has been, in the past, that's been sufficient. I think, as we're developing protocols, a good way to, to say that in your own way, I think you're great at that branding. And so to just kind of put that out there and explain to the public at the meeting, at the table, this is the protocol moving forward on how we're going to address the concerns, I think it's enough. And that's just my opinion, but I think it's enough. I wouldn't want it to become every meeting, at the beginning of the meeting, it'll kind of change the energy of the meeting. If, and I mean, not to say every time that a public participant community member says something that is going to be negative, but at the beginning of the meeting, I can see how that can kind of change the tone and the productivity of our meeting, because then as soon as comments open up, then they might have something else that they want to say back, and then it's kind of still like a subliminal debate. And so I would like to see what the other board members think about that, and if that's something that we need on our agenda, as we're talking about meeting efficiency, if we can just, respond to them in public, which is what, we say that we're going to do, I think, we can probably have more efficiency doing that than, making it an agenda item every single month.
I would agree with you, Trustee Creighton, and then I'll open it to anybody else who wants to comment. I'm going to be transparent with you. Yeah, I'll be honest and transparent with you. I'm playing defense. I mean, sometimes I don't know where, sometimes, and it shouldn't feel like this, but this is my reality sitting in this seat. Sometimes I feel like I don't know if I'm being supported. This is not by any specific person. I'm not talking about any trustee members, by the way. Sometimes I don't know if I'm being, if the support is there or not. So by playing defense, I don't want anybody to use anything against me and say, how come he don't want to say nothing? Why he don't reply? How come, is it a secret? Why are you not saying nothing? Like that doesn't feel good. I'm sitting here trying to turn around with the support of the board, a tough situation. We know what our situation is. And then out of left field, right field, it's all this other stuff that's not giving us an academic return on our investment. At the end of the day, we need our kids reading above 5% proficient in advanced across the board. But as a superintendent, in navigating the political landscape, some stuff I got to give energy to, like this. I mean, I don't want to read it at every board meeting, but because I don't know where people stand in general, I'm like, well, let me just put it all out there and let the chips fall where they may, and that's just being defensive in some cases, because again, I don't know where the energy is coming from. Moving forward, I would assume positive intent from everybody. But also I don't want to be naive, and I don't want to leave us vulnerable as a district. And I don't want my narrative to be that I'm a superintendent that don't know what's going on. That doesn't feel good. I do know what's going on. I have a system in place, but because the system looks different, people interpret it in a negative way. I'm a systems guy. All I know is systems. So the effective system is collect the information, give it to a chief, come back, give it to the community. A philosophy of leadership that I have is you don't hire smart people and then tell them what to do. I'm a creative individual. If I have people saying, no, do it like this, I don't know if I can give you what you want, because it's not me using my best skill set, so to speak. So that's me just being a little defensive, and why I took that approach. I don't want to. And so I do support what you're saying, but I'm open to hear if anyone else have a comment or question about it.
So I kind of agree. When I saw the letters on there, I don't think it's necessary that you provide an official letter response to each person at public comment, because I can see that get quite lengthy. But I do know that recently you've kind of had the same couple questions that have been asked. So I'll defer to others as it relates to that, whether they think he should be providing a written response in every board meeting to those questions.
I was just going to say, I do agree about lengthy meetings, but I do also like the transparency part because it shows that you're taking a vested interest in that. So I look at it like this: if we get asked the same multiple questions, then I think it should be included in the agenda. But like questions that just come up in general, we just post them to the website, and if they don't look at it or on Facebook or whatever, then we'll have an answer to say, hey, did you check out the school webpage? Did you check out the school's Facebook page? The answer is right there. So if somebody does bring it up.
Okay, I want to be clear though. I wasn't saying not to respond. I was just saying, I don't know that it needs to be discussed and read at the board meeting. That was just my thoughts behind it.
I understood you, Treasurer Creighton. I know.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah, I understand that.
So the statement that I have, I read each time, but I have altered it a little bit. So it says, the Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. Today, there are 3 areas for public comment on the agenda of which you may decide when to speak. So that's different, of which you may decide when to speak, so that's clear. Public comment on agenda items only, public comment on the extended learning plan, and open public comment. And then policy 016.67.3, which governs board participation at board meetings, we request that you preface your comments by an announcement of your name, address, and group affiliation. When appropriate, each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 3-minute duration, and per our bylaws, no participant may speak more than once during this meeting. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. Now this part is something that I got from one of the meetings that I went to, and I implemented it in ours. It says the board will listen, take comments and questions under advisement and not respond at this time. The president will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. So I added that because that was something that the lingo that was shared with us at a recent meeting. And then the remainder is the same. If you have specific questions for the board or executive team that require follow-up, please email those directly to liz.goodwin@bentonharborareaschools.org. And so that kind of makes it clear that we're not doing a town hall or an official question and answer or interview, but that it's a time for public comment, and we'll follow up on questions that are asked.
And that also signifies to the people that you are going to research your answer. You're going to give them a good answer and not just something off the top of your head or what you think, but you're going to actually give them facts, and that your answer is going to be complete and thorough. So I think that's a good thing right there.
It really is. And if you think of the question that was asked, what's the curriculum that you're using? That's assuming there's one thing to say. If you look at the answer I gave you, it's multiple things from math to science. It's multiple. As a district, we have with all of our, I'm gonna send a cheat sheet for all of the board members so you can see all the curriculum, every subject areas, like 20 different things. I would not have felt, I would feel some type of way if I'm spitting what the curriculum is and I miss one. You know what I mean? I want to be official and thorough, but the reality is, I looked like I didn't know what I was talking about, and I never want to be in that space ever again, because I do know what I'm talking about, and I want to represent you all.
Okay, so any questions about this part or any issues with my statement? I know it's kind of a bit much for me to read it each time, but just to make sure that people are clear, right before public comment in each section that we have, I will read through the public comment statement before individuals read. The other piece is that I tend to be a little too flexible with people's comments, and because I was allowing people to ask questions and doing a question and response to people, it was giving some people a longer duration than 3 minutes to have the mic. So we need to have a system in place to where they're able to talk. There's not going to be any interruption. So they can ask questions, but there's not going to be a question and response. They're going to have the opportunity to provide their comment, which may include questions, but there's no answer and response, period. So we have to ensure that we're doing a set 3 minutes, timed for public comment to make that fair across the board. Some individuals have their secretary take the time. Me and Vice President Bradley suggested, we talked about before I went to the training, he and I discussed maybe him taking the time, the 3 minutes. and giving individuals a courtesy that 30 seconds are left. So I just, before we wrap up, I want to see what people feel about the time taking. Do you guys care who takes the time? If Vice President Bradley does that, take the 3 minutes, is that okay?
I think that it's very, very important, because I've seen down through the years this board, when they ask questions, I've seen them not respond. So they just ask the questions, and then the questions are documented, and then you get a response, when you or like, say for instance, question was asked, and then President Robinson, you might say, okay, Superintendent Townsend, can you answer this question? Instead of saying anything, once they ask the question, we record the question, we take the question down, and it should be understood in your statement that they will get a response within a certain amount of time, so you won't have to deal with that in public comments, that we're even interacting with them at all. Just take the question, and then he sends the response back within a certain amount of time. So that'll take away from everything. My clarification is, my understanding is this COVID piece, where this is something that they do. I've gone to a couple of other board meetings across the county just to see how they operate, but I guess this COVID piece is just an added piece where there is discussion and what have you with that COVID piece, because that's required. But the actual public comment is something separate. But they're talking and asking about the COVID piece, and that's mandated by the state. But when you talk about public comments, when they get down to the public comment component, the first one is already set. If you ask the question at the beginning of the meeting, it has to be about the agenda. At the end, the public comments are open, but people come in and they give comments. But we should not be saying, I don't think that, by you saying, Superintendent Townsend, do you have a response to that? That made him have to say something, which, at that particular point, with him thinking that, not that he didn't know or what have you, but it made it look like that. So when they give the questions, we just make sure that we get back with their response, and there shouldn't be any response back and forth. And that'll eliminate a lot of that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, just don't respond. We don't respond. We just take the question and we get back. And I think we got a system now where they are responding back to people in a timely manner.
Okay. And you all are okay with Trustee Bradley taking the time for me, the 3 minutes? And of course, if he's on the road, then we'll have to defer that to another trustee, but we'll ensure that we're clear who's going to take that.
I'll do it if he's not available.
Okay, I'll write that down. All right, that works for me.
So how will I let you know when their time is up?
Okay, so you can just jump in and say 30 seconds.
Okay.
And then you can say, and then you can let, so that go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off. You just say your 3 minutes is up. You don't even give them a count.
So you don't, okay,
just once
that works.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we get back in person, there can be a timer. I know at the city, they have a timer that sits at the table, and somebody click it and they see that they have 3 minutes, so it's visible to the table where they're speaking, and they see the 3 minutes, and that'll be it.
That's how it goes.
Oh, and I was thinking too, like, I remember doing this as a teacher. Maybe this is something, an app or something that Liz, when she's sharing her screen, during public comments, that a timer can just pop up on the screen, while we're doing virtual meetings. Maybe we can do that, just have it up there. And then, but I'm not opposed to anyone taking it. And that's just another thought that just popped in my mind. And then
I was just going to, oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I agree with you, because I was just about to say that. So we're thinking the same thing. We're going to get IT to take the time too as well.
All right, awesome. So I think we're all set on that.
So you can't put the timer on the screen.
I can't hear you,
She can put the timer on the. She can put the timer on the screen, and we can let them know. Yeah, we can let them know that the timer is on the screen, because you got 3 minutes, because they're virtual as well. So please acknowledge, and if they don't, then whoever, if it's Miss Rackett Martin or if it's Matthew, and they going over, you say the time is, is up. But we have to be consistent. We can't just pick and choose to say, if somebody's coming in saying something, we're going to give them 5 minutes. If it's 3 minutes, is 3 minutes. And that's one thing that they said in MASB, because then you start creating problems if you let one person talk over 3 minutes and then the next person you don't. So if it's 3 minutes, it'd be that.
Okay. Trustee Bowens, were you unmuted intentionally? Do you have a comment?
Yeah, that was unintentional. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, and also we all have the autonomy once that 3 minutes is up, we can just hit the mute button as well too. Not to be disrespectful, but if you say your 3 minutes is up, and
you might want to ask her, would you finish your statement because your time is up? just to hit the button on them. That's kind of cold.
But you know what? A person can finish the statement for another minute, though, Miss Raquel.
That's that Detroit stuff. No,
and for me, you guys know I try to be very respectful and sweet, and so I've been doing a little bit. I'll admit I've been doing too much back and forth conversation, trying to make sure the public feels heard, because that's been something that people have said, is that they feel like they don't have the communication with the board. But I understand that I have to be a little more stern as the chair with the public comment and stop them right at 3 minutes. And I know a lot of districts, they don't even make any facial expressions or anything. It's just comment after comment after comment after comment, next. So I'm ready for next meeting with the statement. Hopefully that makes it clear for everyone. We'll make sure we have our time taken in place. And Ms. Rockette, you're gonna have to come in there and let them know the 3 minutes are up. We can't give them another 30 seconds or a minute to wrap up the statement.
You know, I'm second.
Okay, well, I know Brad was first.
Okay.
Next on the agenda, we have other. I'm not aware of any other. Anybody else have an other? Okay, next, any other discussion items? I don't have any other items.
I do have something for clarity. I know y'all trying to get out because I'm trying to get out here. But so yay or nay? Am I reading the public comment or just reading the protocol and shutting it down from there?
I would just read the. My opinion would be that you just read the protocol. If you've already provided the comments to those individual people in letter form, if you've already responded to them, I don't think you necessarily need to open up individual letters for each person. But maybe a way that you can clarify is that there's been questions that we've had, and I just want to make sure people are aware of this. Maybe, I don't know, but I'll offer. I think Secretary Triplett had input.
Yeah, I think once you responded to that individual that asked the question, they've already gotten it. Now they have an opportunity to come back if they want to ask another question the next week. That's fine, but I don't think we need to revisit it like Ms. Creighton said. We did it. You gave them the response that they needed. That's it. You know, you don't have to bring it back up or anything. You might want to say, and again, there are other ways that you can ask questions, and we refer them to our website. But those responses don't just pick out because these people are that people. The bottom line is simply this: you've already responded. They have it, and that's all that matters. As long as the person who asked the question have a response, I think we've done our due diligence, and I think you have too.
And you can just provide for clarifications. Questions asked have been answered. Questions asked have been answered for those individual community members, and just go through your process so people are clear what that looks like. And you can reference that it's in the public comment statement as well that I read, so that there's clarification. But I don't think you need to open up the documents for each individual.
No.
And Dr. Thompson, I know that. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I wanted to clarify real quick. When I've responded to these questions from Dr. Council for the public, not only do I send them a physical letter in the mail, I also email them. So there's two ways of them getting the information.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Treasurer Creighton.
Oh, and I was just going to say, if I definitely think, sending them the information is enough. And if you're looking to respond, to what happened last week, I think, you just mentioning like, what the process is, and then saying, letters were sent, and moving forward, we will send a letter in the mail or whatever, the process is. I think, that'll be a great response. If you want to just respond in some kind of way, just explain, your process that you have in place would be,
sufficient for me anyway.
Copy.
Okay, so note that his agenda.
The list,
Go ahead.
Now, I said Liz can put in the letter that if they need further clarification, they still can contact him versus coming to the table all the time. You know, give them if they need some more clarification, because you've already established a trail with them. Now, and if you have any more questions, please feel free to contact Ms. Godwin, and she will make the necessary adjustments for you to be able to meet with the superintendent. Because we can't just let people just have access to him like that, as you know, either.
So there's going to be some adjustments, slight adjustments to the agenda with removing those 2 letters, but the flow of everything will be the same. So
my team is happy to hear that too, because we all felt a type of way, like, okay, we just put it out there, so that'll take the pressure off of them, because I don't want to, I just want to get to those meetings, give out the good information. When I say good, I'm talking about good or bad, whatever. Just give them solid, succinct information, so it can help us continue to work our plan in increasing academic achievement, closing our budget, and enhancing our kids' education experience.
Okay.
We don't have our responses. We don't have those people responses on the website or anything like that, do we?
Yes, they're on there now. You should be able to see them. If you go to our school page, click the tab that says School Board, and click Public Comment Responses. You'll see Ms. Sharon James's official response and Ms. A. Triplett's official response. So anybody can say, whatever happened to that question? Go to the webpage, it's right up there. You know, not hiding nothing. I want everyone to have all the information they need. They may look at those questions and they may have a question, see that and say, oh, my question was already answered. So.
Okay, anything else for discussion items? Okay, I don't believe we have anybody on the line for public comment, but just to ensure that we are following the agenda, is there anyone on the line for public comment? Okay, so we technically have board member announcements, comments. I originally overlooked that it didn't have any opportunity for Dr. Townsend to speak. So Liz, can you actually give him an opportunity to speak before we wrap up with our comments and announcements? Can you make him 6 and make us 7? If everyone is okay with that. Go ahead, Dr. Townsend. Any closing statements before we get wrapped up?
I just want to thank everyone for their time this afternoon on this Saturday. I want you to know that I look forward to learning and growing with you. I look forward to crying and celebrating with you. I look forward to winning and losing with you. We're in this thing together. I don't feel like I'm on an island. I do feel supported. I hope you see in my actions so far, with the little bit you do know about me, that I'm committed to doing great work for your community and now my community. You know, so I hope, you know, tough questions down the line. My ask is if we can avoid the public as far as things that are negative, if it could be answered behind the scenes, I'd rather that, because I don't want those who are on the sidelines hoping we lose to get any sound bites to use against us. As we do know, a charter school is expected to come in the future, near future, and the more negative information about us validates why we need a different alternative right here in our community. I hope you know that I will put it all on the line, win, lose, or draw, to ensure that we give the best to our young people here in Benton Harbor area schools. Thank you for allowing me to serve as your superintendent. And again, I look forward to learning with you all. Thank you.
Right, and Liz, board member announcement should actually be 7 instead of 8. He was 6. All right, awesome. Thank you, Dr. Townsend. We're gonna just go right down the line with board comments. So we'll begin with Trustee Bowen.
What an interesting Saturday, a long Saturday. I learned some stuff. I'm excited. I have been in contact with the State Board of Education President, Pamela Pugh, and I voiced my concerns about the charter school and my discontent with it. And she's looking into some stuff regarding that. So that's basically it on my end.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm not doing this as an official board member. It's just, you know, relationships that I have before I was a board.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Trustee Raquel Martin.
I'd like for us just to keep a spirit of hope. We're going to do this, and we are the best, but we're going to be even better. And one thing I'd like to say is I think we just have to be careful when we always say, well, they didn't do this, or in the past that didn't happen, because those people also listen on the board. And you have people that have been on the board who say, well, wait a minute, we did have an organizational chart. We did do these things. What I would say is I think the people that maybe are coming in, or they came in, probably elected not to follow what had been done. But I wouldn't say that it had not been done, because the things that we saw today, we had in our policy book in our buildings. We had a beautiful organizational chart. We had all of those things. So I think I would just kind of be careful how we state that, like it's something like we never did. Yes, we did. We had those things going on. But if we all would just keep a spirit of hope and unity, and even if we have disagreements, we still can be unified as a board. We do have to forgive. We have to forgive, and so, you know, we just have to work on those things. But I'd like to say to Mr. Triplett, you know, just today, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of how you were able to come back into the meeting and still perform and go on. So that shows growth. Okay, but that's my comments.
All right, awesome. Next we have Treasurer Buchanan. Can you unmute for us and make your board comment? Treasurer Buchanan, can you unmute your phone so we can hear your board comment?
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Great job. Go ahead.
I would like to say we have, as a board member and to the community, we need to pray for this virus that's going around and taking our relatives, and we need to stick together, like Ms. Martin said. But what is happening, since I've been on the board, I was going to get off, and the gentleman said you should stay on there. That was a while ago. But we got to understand that Ms. Robinson is the president, Triplett secretary, trustee, whoever. We got to let them people do their job. And I know a micromanager I have within the building, and I saw something that was happening, and I told the superintendent. I didn't go try to micromanage nobody. See, that's one of our problems with Ben Harbor, Dr. Thompson. You new in town, but you're not new to the neighborhood. We got people that never went to college, never went to school, can tell you what you should do. Well, think about it. What are you doing? You know, it's just so messed up. And as I go, I always get it in, no matter what. I love God is real. I want everybody on this board, if you don't mute me, unmute me. I love you. You got about 3 more days, my birthday be the whole month of February. Remember this, board members in the community. February the 5th is my birthday. So you got the whole month of February to celebrate Black History Month and celebrate Lou Buchanan. So it doesn't matter what you do for me or what you give, I always like something. Thank you, Mr. Triplett, for your birthday gift. And I would like to say, let's continue to make this better. We can do it. All we have to do is stop listening to people in the streets. Man, I wish I could say what I want to say when they approach me, but I can't say it on TV. On the phone. But we got to learn that we have a wonderful superintendent. The president done great. Mr. Triplett, as Ms. Raquel Martin said, I'm proud of you, boy. You made me happy today. So I like that. But anyway, let's continue to work together. Thank you very much. And if anybody want my phone number or my address, get it from Liz. Thank you, Liz. And that's my comment, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you very much, Trustee.
And I want my check. I want my check. It's first of March. Because I've been on this phone since 10 o'clock this morning. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Treasurer Creighton for your comment.
I want to send a shout out to our new treasurer, because I know that Treasurer Buchanan is the real treasurer. Ms. Buchanan, I'm going to ensure that they send you your check.
Thank you so much.
No, but seriously though, I appreciate, I'm in big trouble today. I want you guys to know officially,
I'm so
being
sorry.
2 hours late. But I appreciated our retreat today. I learned a lot, and it's always good to know and learn and grow with the team that you're working right beside. And so I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to the great work that'll be done with the superintendent and this board and the cabinet of the superintendent. And so I know that, you know, we will definitely get the job done as we honor our norms of collaboration and the board norms, and we put these policies and procedures in place. And I also want you to support something that Mrs. Trustee Martin Raquette said, is that, you know, in all due respect to everyone that has worked in this district and volunteered in this district and attended this district, I know that it's easy, you know, to say when we get into a new role that no one gave me anything, you know, or that nothing was left. And so I just want, for the record, for us to say, I'm sorry. For the record, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you know, the baby has been thrown away with the bathwater. And so just because, you know, no one is passing on this information does not mean the information doesn't exist or has not existed. And so I would just like to say that on the record, you know, there has been tons of conversation saying that we don't have a curriculum. And so, you know, today we can publicly say our superintendent has told us that we have a curriculum and has had a curriculum for at least a year. And so there are things that, you know, in place that, you know, people do say. And so, you know, we just need to make sure that we are communicating as a board, communicating as the cabinet, and then, you know, communicating with our community, because without them is no us, you know. And so as we work towards the greater good of our community and the students of Benton Harbor, I just challenge us all to continue to do the work. And when we can't do the work anymore and we've run it, you know, our course, that we go on and do something else and give the people that's willing and capable and able to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. I appreciate your comments, and I let your family know, and any clients that you may have that are waiting know that I am sincerely sorry. I did have every intention of us getting out of here this evening timely, but I do agree that I think we got some good things accomplished, and it was a very effective meeting. So I do appreciate your comment and your feedback. Next, we have Secretary Triplett.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can hear you, and I got your name right today.
It is very, very yeah, I thank you so very much. One thing that I think that is very, very important to understand, that this work is bigger than any individual. And so, you know, governance, oversight, accountability, responsibility, integrity, all of those things are critical pieces. And so I'm ready for the work. I'm excited about the work. It's some good work. Sometimes it gets frustrating, but, you know, we just have to stay focused to make sure that the children of Benton Harbor area schools get the best quality education that they can ever get. And so I'm in it for the long haul. And I would like to thank this Board of Education for the work that you're doing. I mean, I can see some things moving, you know, even though it might be frustrating for people at times, but I can still see, even in the midst of what's going on, I can still see things are moving, and it's moving in the right direction. I'm excited about us putting our board procedure, making Benton Harbor Area Schools a great district as it is even right now. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Awesome. Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Next, we have Vice President Bradley. Are you in position to make a comment currently?
Yes. Yes. Can everyone hear me, see me? All that good stuff. I just want to say I'm excited for the vision that we have going on. Just want to say, move this out the way so y'all see me. Excited for the vision that we have. This was a good session today. I know it went long. I've made a delivery. I'm picking up a load and getting ready to head to North Carolina. So y'all kept me occupied through the whole time and made the miles go by fast. But it was a productive session. I just want to say for anybody, I'm big on professional development. So, and I forgot to mention earlier, I did take teacher cadet back in high school as well because I wanted to go into education. So I love learning, love being in the classroom. So I want to commend everyone who went to classes this past weekend. Thank you so much. I'm glad I wasn't the only one, and it looks good for our district when we're all sitting in the class and they say, oh, you're from Benton Harbor, and we're able to learn from different school districts, whether they be affluent, suburban, districts like ours. Everybody has the same problems. They may have different, may have different outcomes, may have different looks to them. So it's always a learning process, and there was so much to learn. Anybody who likes to read or wants the future reading, this book here, the title is How Not to Be a Terrible School Board Member. I suggest everybody get a copy or take a look into it, or we have some money in the budget to everybody get a copy of this to take a look at it, by Richard Mayer. It's in the MASB thing, and what they have different things on there is Section 1, terrible district team work, terrible board team work, and it goes into different scenarios, and it's a very good read to help you be a better board member and not be a terrible board member. So I mean, I've enjoyed it. It has helped me on this journey, and I want everybody to be encouraged as we work with our governing team. Thank our superintendent for taking time out of your weekend to be with us as well, and thank you, Liz, and everybody else. You all have a blessed day.
Thank you, Vice President Bradley. So it is my turn. I just want to first say I am sincerely sorry that we went over our scheduled 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. time frame. I did not anticipate that we would be 2 hours over. I think that our initial team building exercise went a lot longer than I thought it was, but I thought that it was extremely effective and that it was a good start to our meeting and allow all of us to get to know each other better. So although I am regretful that we went over, I think that the time that we had together was extremely useful and productive as a team. I am extremely honored to be in position to serve as your president, and I appreciate the feedback that was received regarding the meeting and that it was helpful to a lot of our trustees. In putting the agenda together, I really wanted to ensure that everyone was kind of clear on some of our policies and procedures, and that we had an opportunity to discuss some of these things and get some clarifications provided and thoughts received from everyone. I want you all to know that any actions that I take as a board president is attempting to do what I think is in the best benefit of the board and the district, not only providing quality education for our students, but ensuring that I am protecting us as a best fit moving forward with allowing us to get our work done. And so I do believe in every one of our board members. I believe in our superintendent, and I do believe that we have the pieces together that we need to be effective as a board. And so I am committed to doing my best effort in being an effective president. And I appreciate all of the effort that each of you provide in your individual positions to be the best board member that you can be as well. So I'm so grateful for the insight and the opinions that were provided this evening. I think we had an extremely successful board retreat, and I look forward to our 3-2 session that's coming up. As stated, you all will see some changes made to the agenda by Dr. Townsend based on the feedback that he received from us this evening. But I think we have some good systems in place on how we're going to proceed with meetings moving forward. I'm grateful for each of you. I appreciate each of you. And I think we have an amazing team. So with that being said, I am going to ask if we can have a motion to adjourn our meeting.
I'll make a motion. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so that was moved by Secretary Triplett. Treasurer Creighton, can I take you as the support?
Yes.
Okay, so it has been moved by Secretary Triplett and supported by Treasurer Creighton that we adjourn our meeting. I officially call this meeting to adjournment at 4:01 p.m. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.
Yeah, take roll.
I have another meeting that's supposed to start at 4. So you all have a great day.
We got to take the roll.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so ready to go.
Right, me too.
Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll and make sure everybody agrees with adjournment?
Okay, President Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Vice President Bradley.
Heck yeah.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
No, I'm just kidding. Yes.
Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
And Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion
Awesome.
carried.
Have a great evening with everyone. And I'll see you
All
all
right.
Tuesday.
Okay,
have a good night, everybody.
Take care of yourself.
Good night.
Be good
All
to
right.
yourself. Take care of yourself.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.